Hello and welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground and to the Sheffield Shield final between New South Wales and Queensland. The toss today was won by New South Wales. Phil Emery decided to put Queensland into bat, and the story so far in this very important match is that 4 for 196, and have a look at Stuart Law's score. 104 not out. Out there with him making his debut is Love on 3. Barsby, the other scorer, made 51. And just to run through the wickets for you, the first man out was Hayden. He was out caught by Bevan. This is how it happened. The ball was played away firmly on the offside, straight to cover, and Bevan made the catch there off the bowling of Holsworth. Wellen was next to go. He came in at number 3 in the same over, mind you, and he was out caught and bowled off Holsworth. Watch him close the face here. The ball bobs back, and nicely taken there by Holsworth. What a good over that was. And at that stage, the New South Welshmen were very happy indeed. So Barsby continued. Tremendous partnership with Law. They settled things down a bit for Queensland until Barsby was out caught behind off the bowling of Whitney. This is how it happened. The ball angled across him, thick edge there, and through it went to the keeper. They needed that wicket. Whitney was the one who provided it for them. 97 balls for his 51. And then, of course, Goggin next to go. Out LBW. This is a good spell by McGrath. That one nipped back, and it looked as if it hit him almost bang on the line of off stump there. And up goes the finger. And so that was the end of Goggin. Out for 19, 4 for 196. And for New South Wales, those are the bowling figures. Holsworth tidy, 13 overs, 2 for 28. The other wicket takers, McGrath and Whitney. Whitney is going to continue. This is the first ball after the tea break. That one down the leg side. And so Queensland now have got to try and push the score along into the 300s. And their big chance of doing that is Stuart Law, 104. Alongside me is Simon O'Donnell. That's been a pretty good performance, Simon.
Stuart Law's been magnificent so far today. Really held the Queensland innings together, and if you can keep that going and bat most of this last session, you can see a very tidy total being posted by Queensland. Interesting, most of the day has been played in brilliant sunshine. Stuart Law to compile those 104 runs, 11 boundaries, one went out of the stadium before it bounced. It was a 6. And just at this stage, just at tea time, Tony, very interesting that clouds got a bit thicker. It's become quite overcast, and I like Mike Whitney just may be able to play some tricks with the ball.
Yes, he certainly may be. There's been just a little bit of movement out there for the bowlers, but one of the big problems for New South Wales have been the catches that they've dropped. And let's start right at the beginning when we saw Whitney have one dropped off his bowling. Barsby was the batsman, and that went straight to second slip. McNamara putting that down. And Barsby at that stage was on 12. Whitney again. And again it was to Barsby. And again that one put down. So they've dropped all up 5 catches. Barsby dropped 3 times. Let's show you the third one now. Off the edge. It goes flying away. Quite a tough one to third slip. Bayliss in that position. And so as a result of dropping him 3 times, he went on to make 51. Then this one from Goggin went flying away, and you can see the looks of anguish all over the faces of the New South Welshmen out there. So 5 catches. I've always said that catches win matches, and certainly today, if they'd have held all those catches, it may just have justified the decision of New South Wales to put Queensland into bat.
Yes, I think you'd have to say that that decision is in the balance at the moment. Phil Emery, the captain of New South Wales, this Shield final, definitely want a couple of quick wickets. Very much out of character for New South Wales to drop those types of catches. They pride themselves on being a great fielding side, and in general they do that. But today a little bit more pressure from a Shield final. It's caused some mishaps. Queensland 4 for 196.
So Martin Love on 3, as we've said, playing in his debut match here. Big match for him to make his debut in. He's on strike at the moment. And looks quite a tidy player. Haven't seen much of him, but he got a bouncer very early on and looked to handle that quite comfortably. Just dropped his gloves and allowed to whistle past his nose. It was a big appeal just before the tea interval for an LBW. Pretty close, just outside off stump. Again, it was McGrath bowling, and he's bowled very well too. Tall, lanky character. He's kept it just short of a length. The odd bouncer. He's quite quick. There's that bouncer which he slips in now and again.
A difficult time for Martin Love, especially the light diminished a little bit here at the SCG, and second ball he's faced from tee. One whistle straight past the eyes. Close enough to have a real good look at anyway. Adjust his sight to make sure he can compose himself against this New South Wales attack, which no doubt will be putting plenty of pressure on the young man playing his first game for Queensland.
It's well bowled too, an attempted Yorker there, right up in the block hole, but Martin Love just pushing it away on the offside. Have a look at this. He's bowled him the bouncer, and this is the Yorker, and a little bit of swing there for him as well.
McGrath coming off quite a good game from Victoria last week. Bowled very well at the MCG, was impressive. It's the first opportunity I'd had to look at him, and he bowls with some good genuine pace. Also gets that little bit of extra bounce, something you always really keep an eye on. Main attention's on Martin Love at the moment. It's a Sheffield Shield debut in a Shield final. Not many players have done that, let alone been successful at it, so a magnificent opportunity for Martin Love. He's compiled 3 deliveries, 3 runs at this stage, 13 deliveries.
Oh, well bowled. Another attempt at a Yorker there. Perhaps he's recognised that Love, who's quite a tall man, is going to have a little bit of trouble, which tall guys often do in that block hole area. He's also getting to swing a bit. This goes over the top of that one.
Very still there as the delivery's being bowled. Love, I'd like to see him just getting a touch more excited. Getting his feet, getting up on the point of his toes before delivery. His pace bowlers, which he wouldn't have seen before, they come on you quicker than anything he would have faced before.
Pad and then bat. The end of the over as well. Queensland now 4 for 196. For 196, 59 overs have been bowled. These matches no different to test matches, 85 overs. They can take a new ball. Whitney, left arm over the wicket. Lovely feeling. Law out there, 104 not out. And this is how he got his century. You'll remember this for a long time.
Certainly will. Any century made in a Sheffield Shield final must be a good one. Beautiful on drive from Stuart Law. Head right over the ball. Wayne Holdsworth did the chasing. Lovely round of applause from the Sydney members, obviously his teammates. He acknowledged and was very proud of his efforts out there so far today. Mike Whitney, I think at this stage, realised how good a form Stuart Law's in, and he is a free-flowing player. I think Whit will really try and tie him up here, not give him that opportunity to play his favourite drives, cuts, and try and bring him into a rash shot on a very good batting wicket here at this stage. Basically through a bit of a negative approach in tying him down, but it's a good ploy from the old Tiger.
Yes, that was well bowled and well played as well. Yes, he's been around for a while, Michael Whitney. He's taken 250 wickets in Shield cricket. Never taken 10 wickets in a match. His best 7 for 75. That's well played. It certainly is the sign of a confident batsman. One short outside off stump, or shortish outside off stump, going across the right-hander. Played it beautifully off the back foot into the gap.
He's in lovely form, Stuart Law. Rock back on that back foot, beautifully balanced. Head right over the ball, and anyone wants to consult a coaching manual on the television, there's no better back foot drive execution than what we just saw then.
So 4 for 199 now. Wonder how New South Wales are feeling, especially their captain, having won the toss. Phil Emery, he's in there with the gloves on, decided that he would allow the opposition to bat first. Alongside him is Matthews. Dropped some catches in that slip cordon. That's it, the end of the over. 4 for 199. So just one short of 200. Stuart Law has moved on to 107 now. Queensland looking to get themselves way over 300 here in the first innings. But quite a long tail, so I think these two will be aware of their responsibilities. Law can't afford to get out here. Love, very inexperienced. He's in his first match. And then it's Anderson and the tail.
Yes, although Stuart Law's score of 107 at this stage is a magnificent effort. For Queensland's sake, I think he still needs to stay at the crease. There's not a hell of a lot of batting left. Puts enormous responsibility on Stuart Law's shoulders. And I think Steve Randall could have nearly lifted the arms there and let a bit of breeze flow into the armpit by calling a wide.
Yes, there was no doubt that he wanted that one to go flying, but it was pitched almost at his toes. That's the first really loose ball we've seen him bowl for a while. He's bowled the bouncer pretty well. He's kept it just around about off stump. He's obviously getting a little frustrated. He wants to keep it just outside off stump there because he's got the ball to swing in quite late. We've also seen him earlier today nip the odd one back, and one ball in particular, beautiful delivery to Barsby, which hit the seam and straightened outside off stump, beat the bat by about 4 inches. So he doesn't have to be displeased at all about his performance. He's bowled very well. So I think he's getting a little tired now. He's beginning to lose his line a bit.
It's very important from a captain's point of view. Not such a necessity to look up at the scoreboard and see how many overs the bowlers have bowled at that stage, but you've got to be able to tell just through a few physical actions, the way the bowler's holding himself, how he's delivering his stock deliveries, whether it's time for him to have a bit of a rest, and the big fella's about due for a break. I don't think it'd be the worst idea. Stuart Law before lunch was enormously punishing on Greg Matthews. While he's being tied up a little since tea, it'd be the worst idea to throw Matthews back into the attack. He may try and make up for lost time, score a few runs quickly, and just may draw a rash shot out of Stuart Law. I'm sure Phil Emery would have a number of things going through his mind. I don't think that fella there on screen would be a bad option.
So the end of the over, and that brings up the 200, 4 wickets down. So 200 the score now, 4 wickets are down. A few clouds drifting past, hopefully. Just got a little bit dull here. Bowlers like that, mind you. I don't think it's going to make too much difference to Law. Batting beautifully at the moment on 108. So 200 up in 258 minutes. 61 overs. Got that one away. They'll get 2 here.
Crowd here at the SCG haven't been overly vocal today. They have watched some splendid batting from Stuart Law. Been very well entertained. Run rate's been good, been constant. Seen some very good cricket.
Yes, they have, and no doubt some of the Australian Test players over in New Zealand to be making a phone call or two to find out what the score is. Read with interest that Alan Border is very keen to know how the Queenslanders will be going. In fact, even went so far as to say that he'd love to be playing here. One can understand that. He moved up to Queensland from New South Wales. One of the reasons, I should think, he did that, certainly the Queenslanders invited him up there, was to get the shield in the air, and bounces in front of first slip. As Emery didn't go there. It was one of those that the only way it could be caught was if the wicketkeeper went across in front of first slip, but it really didn't carry very far at all.
It certainly didn't. Adam Gilchrist cutting that off. Can be a little awkward when they're skidding off the ground there, but there's been a couple of changes. The New South Wales cordon. Gilchrist has gone into first slip to replace Greg Matthews. Trevor Bayliss, who was fielding at second for Brad McNamara, is now in the gully.
Whitney getting a little frustrated with the youngster. Yes, he'll know he's in a match. Young Love, fresh from New Zealand, playing with the boys over there. All of a sudden he's amongst the men.
It's not an easy transition, a very quick transition. Long been back from young Australians from a successful New Zealand tour. He's thrust up against old Australian cricket warhorse Mike Whitney, who would not be giving him an inch.
So Whitney trying to tempt him outside off stump. 4 for 201. So 4 for 201 now. 62 overs have been bowled. Law is still out there on 109. Queensland doing pretty well here. The object after tea would have been just to settle in, not to lose a wicket, and then try and build on their total. And so there's the attendance for this, the first day's play of the Sheffield Shield final. Could be quite a good crowd here if it's a nice day tomorrow. This game taking place Friday, Saturday, Sunday and Monday, and Tuesday can be used as well, so there's going to be a result here one way or the other. Played away behind square on the onside. They'll get 2. So we've just received a media release from the Australian Cricket Board, who have announced that the South Australian captain Jamie Siddons capped off a stunning year by being announced the 92-93 Benson and Hedges Sheffield Shield Player of the Year. All that in this, the centenary year of Sheffield Shield cricket. Siddons, who dominated against all states, compiling over 1,100 runs. It's beautifully played away, that one off the back foot, and that'll go into the fence quite firmly. Well, we haven't seen that happen often today. This outfield quite heavy as a result of the rain, but what a shot that was.
McGrath just pulling that down a little wide of off stump. He's shown he's been getting a little bit weary, and Stuart Law punishing it to the fence. Been magnificent through that area today. It's really one of his strengths. That and his cover and straight driving. Basically any shot on the offside, Stuart Law loves to play. Give him that opportunity. Doesn't let you off too easily. They generally go to the fence for a boundary.
Well, for 66 years, Queensland have been trying to win this Sheffield Shield. And Stuart Law, from the day he was born, would no doubt have heard a bit about their efforts. And if he can make a contribution and get it up to Queensland this year, he's going to be a happy man. Just getting back to Jamie Siddons, though, he won that competition, the 1992 Benson Hedges Sheffield Shield Player of the Year. It's well fielded. And Siddons gets $8,000 in a Baccarat Crystal Decanter for that achievement. An average of 66.11. My co-commentator ended up in joint 10th position, along with Wayne Holsworth and Justin Langer. Good company.
It's a great effort by Jamie Siddons. 1,100 runs in a Shield season, albeit part of them being on the Adelaide Oval, which Quite a good batting arena. It's a fantastic effort. It's another magnificent shot from Stuart Law. Slower ball. And Big Matthews taking some of the pace off it at cover. It's the end of the over, to McGrath's disgust. Queensland 4 for 209.
Welcome back. 4 for 209. Whitney's going to continue. Seems to me that Phil Emery's just beginning to drift a little bit. He's got to make some changes. Yeah, he's got to force a wicket. McGrath just beginning to look a little tired. Whitney continuing now. They don't seem to me to be in too much trouble. Martin Love out there, just 18 years of age. Seems to have things pretty well under control. He's leaving it to Law. That really means that the fielding captain has got to try and come up with something that's going to unsettle him a bit. It might have to be Holsworth perhaps, or as Simon O'Donnell has suggested, it might be a bad idea to give Matthews another go.
Get any bet on that, Love. Whitney very weary there. Just having a little sly comment, so that I know that don't get too comfortable out here, son. I'm going to work as hard as I can. Put you back in the comfort of your dressing room. There's no man that keeps his word as well as Michael Whitney. Fantastic worker, fantastic competitor. Absolute joy to play against. You really know you in a game against him.
No.
Yes, and a very important match for him too. He'd be aware that the selectors are at the ground, and he'll be on the shortlist, no doubt, when it comes to selecting that side for England. And having spoken to him on a few occasions during the summer in the commentary box when he was with us towards the end of the season, very, very keen he is to go on this trip to England. Mind you, he's not on his own.
Well, I think you're kicking up for him pretty well, Tony. Let's never forget that one this morning that you said bobbled past him. And if he wasn't a member of that the commentary team, I think it probably would have been described as a very ordinary piece of fielding.
Yes, once you behave yourself in the commentary box for a month or two, you tend to get treated slightly differently. He's a good bloke. You be a good boy, I could talk you into the test side before the end of the day's play.
So I think really out of the whole day, the greatest understatement of the day was Greg Ritchie's description of Brad McNamara carrying a few pounds.
So slightly frustrated Whitney getting rid of the ball there. They need a wicket. 4 for 210. So Martin Love on 3 now, and Stuart Law on 117, and McGrath is going to continue. He certainly is giving him a long bowl here. He's perhaps over bowled him. He's beginning to look it. He lost 2 overs. He's let a few go down the leg side. Nothing's really happening for New South Wales, so may as well change the attack. But Emery's decided to stick with him. 3 slips in there in a gully for the new batsman.
Well left, Martin Love. Just a brief shower crossing the SCG at the moment. Enormous. It's a lot heavier to interfere with play, we would think. The sun breaks through for the first time in this final session.
That's a better delivery, just a bit of swing there. Although this damp ball won't be helping him too much. Also probably affect Emery's decision to bring on the spinner. Let's notice that McNamara was loosening up there, so they may give him another go. He really must be regretting the fact that they've put these catches down. Well, there he is, 22 years of age, a youngster as well. Very promising youngster, what's more.
Martin Love just looks very composed out there. Those bounces, just lets them go. Stands his ground in his crease. He's not going to let New South Wales bowlers intimidate him in any shape or form. You'd like to see him just scoring a little more freely than what he is. Hasn't moved since tea. Give the kid time to settle in. See what happens.
He goes flying away off the inside edge. The idea was right, didn't quite middle it, but no problems there. So Maiden so 2 balls to go now in this over from McGrath, and the field changing around now for Law. It's an indication of how much he's dominated play out there. 117 out of the 211 scored, so just 1 slip in position with a very square gully.
Trevor Bayliss getting a good grip on that one. Would have liked, I'm sure, to have a better grip even than that on a couple earlier in the day. Brought into the side, been 12th man in the last couple of games for New South Wales. I'm sure he'll be wanting to sight the ball a lot better when he bats than, unfortunately, what happened in the field today.
That's well fielded, and Law coming a long way, or was Love coming a long way down there with the backup? He was able to get back, so it's 4 for 211.
Welcome back. It's 4 for 211. A chance of some rain as you look over the Randwick Street end there. Hopefully it won't interrupt what's been a very interesting play today. Very interesting day's play. Pretty evenly poised still. Queensland perhaps just a little in the driver's seat.
So was Greg Ritchie, actually. These Queenslanders very keen. They're getting so excited about the Shield heading north. He's in position now, and with him is Kerry O'Keefe.
Yes, good afternoon. The Queenslanders grabbed the mic. You'd think they were none for 211. They're actually 4 for 211.
Got to keep it on an even keel here, Kerry. I can't let you get in front of me. Queensland are going very well. Brad McNamara doing the job for the New South Welshman. Andrew Martin Love and Stuart Law doing a good job for Queensland. Contests between New South Wales and Queensland are always excellent contests. This one's going to pan out to be a very good game also.
Well, if Queensland happened to hold up the Shield on Tuesday afternoon, the whole afternoon might be a monologue. So it's McNamara from the Randwick end. And he's looked good, Martin Love. He got off the mark with his first stroke, his first ball in first-class cricket. But he plays all the nice angles, he gets in line, he uses the full back foot, he gets quickly onto the front foot, and he's looked quite at home at this level. Nice head across outside the off stump. He's getting a good full examination here from New South Wales and passing most tests. Yep. And he's whipped nicely off his pads there. So although he only has 6, it's been an impressive start from the young Queenslander. He's giving full support, of course, to Stuart Law, who's held centre stage from the first hour today. This has been one of the finest centuries of the season in Sydney. He's 117 not out, and really it's been an outstanding hand. As we talk, the umpires have decided that the drizzle has become a little heavier, and the players make their way from the centre. It's threatened for some time now, but it's just increased in the last couple of minutes, and the Queenslanders opting to go to the pavilion. So Stuart Law leaving the ground where he's been the main man since around just after 11 o'clock this morning. It's been an absolutely outstanding hand from him. It's unfinished. New South Wales have dropped 5 catches. They may rue that, because having won the toss and sent Queensland into bat, they had a chance to really push home that advantage. They induced catches, they couldn't hold them, and now with the covers going on the pitch, Queensland have a situation at 4 for 213 where they may press for 350, and they may just be hard to beat from there. Stuart Law on 117, Love on 6. The men out: Barsby for 51, Hayden for 4, Wellham without scoring, and Goggin for 19. So the scoring rate's been good, and the Hessian going on. So Jeff Thompson, Dirk Wellham and Queensland supporters will be happy with that. They've scored it over 3 runs and over. Admittedly, they've lost the 4 wickets, but they have Stuart Law, the prodigiously gifted middle order player, at the crease. And he stands between New South Wales and the wisdom of sending Queensland in this morning when Phil Emery won the toss. We'll be back in just a moment.
Well, welcome back to the Sydney Cricket Ground. The news here, unfortunately, is not very good. It's just started to rain. The players are in the dressing room, and the big covers are out on the centre. Ground staff just making sure that they're properly plugged in. And showers have just got a little bit heavy, but there's been a bit of sunshine around, so I suspect this might just blow over, and we may well see some play before too long. In the meantime, they're making sure that no rain gets on that square. Well, that's the Queensland scorecard so far. Barsby made 51, and the other scorer there, 117 to Stuart Law. And just for those of you who've just tuned in, I'd like to see some of those wickets. The first wicket to fall was that of Matthew Hayden. He was out for 4.
And Matthew Hayden had let a number of deliveries go outside the off stump. Suddenly, on the half front foot, he sliced to Bevan at cover point, and he was out for 4.
Yes, Holdsworth did well there, because in the same over he got Wellham, who came in at 3, changing the batting order for Queensland. This is how it happened. Before he'd scored, he tried to work that away on the onside. The ball went straight back to Holdsworth. Good catch there by him. 2 wickets in an over, and at that stage, the New South Welshmen were beginning to smile.
The third man out was Barsby. He'd made half century, not without a little luck, dropped 3 times. But once again, Michael Whitney's angle across him drew the bat away from his pads. The slight edge, Emery made no mistake, and Barsby out for 51 from 97 balls.
Yes, and Goggin was then out there with Law, who in the meantime was going along nicely, and he'd got to 19 before he was out. LBW, watch this one. It just nips back a little bit, bounces, and McGrath struck at last. He bowled pretty well, actually. McGrath made a few of them move both ways off the seam, and just recently he's got the ball to swing in just a little bit, although he's beginning to look a little tired. But those are how the wickets fell. 4 for 213 off 65.4 overs. And for New South Wales, well, there they are. Holdsworth getting those 2 wickets in 1 over. Didn't concede many runs, just 28 there. I thought he bowled quite well, quite quick too. McGrath, he's very impressive. 20 overs, 1 for 50. Beginning to get a bit tired now. Whitney, who at one stage looked as if he was in a little bit of trouble, a bit of limping out there. And that's understandable, I suppose. 17 overs, mind you. The selectors will be quite impressed with that. 1 for 43. Matthews took some stick. He was smashed away. It seems to me that the Queenslanders decided they were going to get after him. He was obviously the danger man, but he hasn't finished with them yet. And McNamara also bowled no wicket for 47. So there it is. Still just a gentle drizzle here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. I don't think it's going to be too long before they'll be taking all those covers off. In the meantime, we'll take a break before we return to the Sydney Cricket Ground. Well, welcome back to the Sydney Cricket Ground and to the Sheffield Shield final. And as you can see there, the sun is out, rather like it was in Guyana, where Richie Richardson went on to make 182. So the players coming out onto the ground, although there's still just a little bit of drizzle in the air, but it's a bit of a monkey's wedding with some heavy clouds in the background there. But the story is a pretty good one for Queensland. There is their scorecard, and what a magnificent innings that was. Well, that is by Stuart Law 117, and the total 4 for 213. Those of you who've just joined our telecast, no doubt interested to see some of those dismissals. Let's have a look at them now. This is Holdsworth continuing. Yes, he's out, straight to cover. And so that's a very important wicket for New South Wales, especially after having decided to bowl first. A half volley really, a smash straight to cover. So Holdsworth has struck and Hayden is the man out. Oh, he's got him, caught and bowled, so that's the end of Wellham. Trying to flick that one on the onside. He got a leading edge to that one, went back to Holdsworth, who made a beautiful catch, really. It's not easy to dive forward when you're following through. Oh, that's out, caught behind. Cometh the hour, cometh the man.
The next couple of days.
That's out. Finally, the off-cutter from Glenn McGrath has struck. Goggin moving around his crease. And the balance again.
So there it is, 4 for 213. Stuart Law 117. That's the first delivery since the break, and it looks as if Brad McNamara now is going to take up the attack for New South Wales. It's the New South Wales bowling so far. Holdsworth with those 2 wickets. McGrath and Whitney have 1 apiece. And McNamara, who has the ball now, no wicket for 47. So he'll be looking for a bit of the action, as will Matthews, who's taken a little bit of stick so far. But as we said earlier, he'll come back a little later on. So the Queenslanders now looking to consolidate on their position, 4 for 213. Quite an interesting performance by them in so much as they started well, then they had a bit of a collapse, but they certainly have fought back well. And lots of discussion going on there between some experience and Martin Love, the youngster, playing in his debut here. Well, in the commentary box, we've got plenty of experience in the form of Kerry O'Keefe. With him is Greg Ritchie.
Thank you, Tony. And it will be Wayne Holdsworth to continue from the Paddington end. He's been the best of the New South Wales attack today. He's bowled very quick. He swung it early. It drew 2 wickets for him, both Hayden and Wellham, key men. And he'll be examining Martin Love in this final session today on debut. So really it's been, there's light drizzle falling. Spinners probably won't be a factor. It'll be Wayne Holdsworth pace against the Queensland middle order.
With this light drizzle falling at the moment, that should negate any swing that the New South Wales bowlers will be trying to get. In fact, it's going to make the ball a little bit greasy. There was not a lot of rain, but enough to just dampen the ball, make it difficult for the bowlers to hold, and I don't think we'll see Greg Matthews for a little while. As Kerry says, drizzle still falling here, so maybe just to the Queenslanders' advantage, the drizzle falling.
And the thing too, Greg, when the New South Welshmen made their way out onto the field, it was Phil Emery who gestured with his hands to the umpires that, you know, we left the field when it was raining and we're back and it's still raining. So a little bit of frustration for New South Wales. They've dropped 5 catches today. They're ruining a poor day in the field, and here they are in the last session having to contend with light rain against a fellow in Stuart Law who has a big 100 to his name.
It's a big shout for LBW there. More of a token shout. Steve Randell, the umpire, not interested. Yes, I don't think Stuart Law is going to be at all worried about the fact that there's some drizzle at the moment. It tends to make the ball skid on. There's that LBW decision. A little high. And we're missing the top of the stumps. Stuart Law won't mind it. The ball's coming on. His timing has been that of a Swiss watch today. It's been terrific. The fact that there's a bit of moisture on this wicket, there's not going to be a lot of seam from it. What it'll do, it'll just make the ball come on a little bit more to him, and he won't mind that whatsoever. Just the one slip for Stuart Law now. So Phil Emery's realising that the man out there with 100 to his name is in very good form. I'd say that the New South Welshmen are going to concentrate their attack on the young debutant, Martin Love.
It'll be interesting too with Stuart Law. He's a very good driver down the ground. It's been a feature of his innings today, and perhaps Holsworth, without a firm grip on the ball, will have to strive for that fuller length, and that'll play into Law's hands because he plays very much in the V. He's resisted the pull shot today. He's square cut emphatically, but it's been his driving which has impressed everybody, and he could really make New South Wales pay today in this last 1.5 hours if he gets some full deliveries. But he whips this nicely, and he'll take 2 to Whitney. So he's in total control out there. He's been the star turn today. It's Queensland 2 for 115. Queensland 4 for 215, Stuart Law 119, and Martin Love, the novitiate, on 6. It'll be Brad McNamara from the round weekend on his way into Love.
Just describe to me, Kerry, what a novitiate is, please.
First timer. That's a lovely stroke off his pads. He got off the mark with that shot, and he's played it again. McNamara just drifting leg stump, and this is a very nice swing, Greg.
It's a good shot from young Martin Love. I like the way he stands very tall when he plays his strokes. He seems to be reasonably relaxed out there in his first game. Big moment. Just have a look at him here. Stands nice and tall. Head over the ball, very still. For those young fellows watching at home, budding cricketers, that's the way to play. Keep the eyes and the head very still, and just let the bat swing through the line of the ball. Don't try and hit it too hard. A la Martin Love just there. Very good shot. And I can see him growing in confidence as he spends more and more time out in the middle here at the SCG.
And the reply from McNamara, the short bouncer. It doesn't seem to worry Love, a full back foot player. So Queensland have unearthed somebody here, a player who gets into all the right positions, who keeps his head still, as Greg said, and who looks unfazed by this very pressurised baptism. First-class game, Shield final against New South Wales on their home track. Yep. That's a lovely stroke. That'll run away Bevans very quick, but under the slippery conditions, plenty of time for the batsman to come back for 3.
It's a very nice stroke once again by Martin Love, this time off the back foot on the offside. Again, we'll see him stand very tall. Just have a look here. Simple movement, very tall, elbow high. That's a classic back foot drive. That's a lovely stroke. Kerry, it's interesting to hear you talk about Martin Love and the baptism. He doesn't seem to have a problem with the short delivery. I think the case in Queensland is the same as in New South Wales. He's a country boy. He's played a lot of his cricket in grade cricket in the country. And as a result, he would have played, even at a very young age, he's only 18 now, but even at a very young age, a lot of his cricket against men. And men who were, no doubt would have bowled him bounces from time to time. And again, we see a very bright light in Queensland cricket, and hopefully in Australian cricket for the future, being produced from a country area. And it speaks a lot for country cricket and the way that they keep producing good cricketers from their system.
Yes, and six country-born players in the New South Wales side. And Stuart Law here They're just trying to stop those off drives. The New South Wales attack has gone leg stump to him. He won't mind that. And New South Wales under the stick here. They won the toss and elected to bowl, and they've got a wet ball in the last session with a man on 100. It's 4 for 220. Four for 220, Queensland, day one, Sheffield Shield final in Sydney. Stuart Law unbeaten on 119, supported by Martin Love on 11. And it'll be Wayne Holsworth on his way in from the Paddington end. Law wanted the second. But even with a bit of moisture around, Love negated the call. And just they don't want to run out now, Queensland. They've done so much hard work under varying conditions today. And the older head of Stuart Law there, just taking things as they come. This has been a masterful hand here. He came in when the ball was swinging. There was seam. He weathered the storm, and now he has New South Wales very much capable of being put to the sword as Holsworth produces a beauty.
A wry smile and a look of surprise there from Stuart Law. We'll see. We may not see that delivery, but a very good. Here it is now. We'll see. Very good delivery here from Holsworth. Really doesn't do too much off the wicket, apart from it was a very good line and length, and that's where you want to be putting this next one as well.
Significantly too, Stuart Law's a very good puller of the ball. He's had a number of short deliveries here today, and he's elected not to pull or hook. So whether that was a predetermined plan that Wellham and his men have come in with, that until you gauge the pace of this SCG pitch, don't try too many pulls and hooks. Well, it has worked, because he's basically concerns himself with driving down the ground and square cutting. So an interesting tactic from Queensland.
Very good tactic from Stuart Law, as Kerry said. And for any young cricketer watching this afternoon, you see a man in the form of Stuart Law, 119 not out, and still not prepared to play a cross-bat shot, trying to keep the majority of his shots in what cricketers or batsmen term the V. I know he's spoken a lot to Greg Chappell over the years, and Greg was a big advocate of playing as straight as you possibly could. Stuart Law's done it to perfection today.
That's some good fielding by Small, who's done well in the infield today. That was 3 for all money, but Steve Small's left hand there just denying Law 3 runs. Got down well, the oldest player in Sheffield Shield cricket at the moment. 37 years of age, his final match for New South Wales. He's very anxious to go out a winner.
Excellent piece of fielding there from Steve Small, and just shows the character of the guy. He's a fighter. New South Wales need a lot more of that this afternoon to get back into this match. It's 4 for 222.
Stuart Law unbeaten on 100. Stuart Law unbeaten on 120. The total 4 for 222. In partnership with Martin Love, unbeaten on 12. McNamara, Randwick End.
Just having a look at those clouds there, that looks rather ominous out the back of over the members stand. Looks as if it's going to be somewhat scary if you were flying in. I certainly wouldn't like to be sitting in an aeroplane coming through that. And I just caught a glimpse before of Stuart Law. He looked up towards the umpire and pulled a little face towards the umpire at the Randwick end to sort of indicate to him, I think it might be a bit dark out here, sir. I would much rather be sitting inside in the dressing room having a cup of tea. I'm prepared to face them in the sunshine, not in the dark. Umpire Darrell Hare appears to be unmoved. Just having a little look to the skies there now, and that's got a little dim here in the last 5 minutes. The way Stuart Law's hitting it at the moment, I'm not too sure whether he wouldn't be better off staying out on the ground. He's batting very well, he's 100. New South Welshman obviously got a wet ball and aren't enjoying conditions either. 120, 251 minutes, great knock.
These conditions will be concentrating Stuart Law's mind. He knows that New South Wales are disadvantaged by the wet ball, but he too is not advantaged by the fact that the light is failing. So he keeps adjusting his eyes as if I didn't quite pick them up. So he's dropping some very unsubtle hints to the umpires that all's not well from a seeing point of view.
Yes.
Full tosses are easily seen. Bevan's fleet of foot, a comfortable 3.
One of the feature of Stuart Law's innings today has been the placement of the shots. It appears as if whenever he's got a loose delivery, he hasn't hit too many balls to the field. He's got them through the field, either to the boundary, but certainly to scoring shots. He placed that one again through a pretty stacked offside at the moment. 3 men out there. And there we see the problem that the New South Wales bowlers are having. That one ran right out to the boundary. The ball is wet. Brad McNamara is obviously not happy about it. Look on his face. Trying to get the ball dry there. Trying all sorts of ways to get it dry. Shaking his head. He's not happy. Stuart Law should take some pleasure in seeing that. That's the end of the over. It's 4 for 225.
Queensland lost the toss this morning, but they've made good progress. They're 4 for 225. Stuart Law, the gifted number 4, 123 not out. It's Wayne Holsworth from the Paddington end. And whenever they've drifted near his pads, he's made them pay. His placement, as Greg Ritchie said in the previous over, has been spot on. But if their line has been wrong, then he's picked up runs with some astute placement of the ball through the onside. And again, the eye gesturing, the squinting. So that's it. That's in front of umpire Steve Randall at the non-strikers end. So the hints are less than veiled that he'd rather be having a cup of tea.
The fact of the matter is he's got a man in the form of Wayne Holdsworth bowling from the Paddington end. And he's by no means slow. And we'll just have a look at this delivery here. You can see that troubled Martin Love a little bit up into the rib cage. Always difficult to play there. I've been so impressed with Martin Love here this afternoon. It's a big occasion and he's handled it very, very well. And I think they're just a gesture that he also may be having some difficulty in picking up some of these thunderbolts that Holdsworth is sending down at the moment.
And that left him well off the pitch. He can only understate his case on debut that he'd rather not be out there, and particularly when Wayne Holdsworth gets them to dart away off the seam like that in failing light. Very crucial time this next 5 minutes or so. The umpires are monitoring the light. Queensland can ill afford to lose a wicket. New South Wales straining to get it because they can see the tail just round the corner.
That is very, very sharp indeed. And as I speak, the umpires, Steve Randall and Darryl Hare, meeting in the middle of the wicket. We can hear thunder from our commentary position. One thing we can't do is show you thunder on TV. We can show you most other things. And it appears as if they may offer the Queenslanders, they do. And play will be held up here whilst the light appeal has been upheld. Be disappointing that for the New South Welshmen, I think, because they felt they may have been a chance to get a wicket in this poor light. But I'm sure that Stuart Law and Martin Love won't be unhappy to leave the field at the moment. They've added some more runs, 4 for 226. And really, I think Queensland can be happy with their position at the moment. They've dug themselves out of a hole, largely as a result of Stuart Law's innings. Can't speak highly enough of it. He's played superbly today. His placement and his timing have been absolutely superb. He can feel very happy with himself. But Kerry, it still is really evenly poised.
Oh, it is. A very dim scene here, though, near 5 o'clock. Players unhappy with this stop-start. Queensland had some momentum there with Law and Love. It's been broken. New South Wales not unhappy, perhaps, because they now don't have to bowl with a wet ball. But it's been perhaps a little bit Queensland's way. If Stuart Law can go on to a double 100 here, they'll be able to call the tune a little bit, having been sent in. They're 4 for 226 in 70. Stuart Law unbeaten on 124. We'll be back in just a moment.
Right.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, courtesy of Channel 7, we now return to the Davis Cup, live from Melbourne. Recovery by Williams. Down the last 30. Point now, 12 points to fail for
Welcome back. The scene not too good out there. The light is quite bad because some heavy cloud over the top of this ground, and so it's unlikely that we'll see much play today. It's time now as well to bid farewell to our Sydney viewers, and the news here is that the score is 4 for 226. We look forward to your presence at the Sydney Cricket Ground again tomorrow. Welcome back, and the scene out there at the moment not too good. A little bit of bad light at the moment. As a result, the players are in the dressing rooms, but Stuart Law won't be too unhappy. He's made a magnificent 100. Will this be the big occasion for Queensland? That is the question. Well, there's a lot of cricket left in this match, and the New South Wales Welshmen no doubt have different ideas. Well, we have a look at that Queensland card. There it is. Barsby out for 51. Hayden disappointing for 4. He was the one they were no doubt looking to for some quick runs. Wellham came in at 3, made a duck. And there it is. Stuart Law, 124. A fantastic innings by him. Goggin was out for 19. And young Martin Love doing a very good job at the moment with Stuart Law. Obviously aware that there's quite a long tail to follow. Although Anderson can bat, he's in next. So 70.4 overs, 4 for 226 the score. And from New South Wales' point of view, remember that they won the toss and put Queensland into bat. Holdsworth got 2 wickets in an over, and the other wicket takers, McGrath, who bowled quite well, although he got tired towards the end, and Whitney, good to see him back, bowling again, 1 for 43, Matthews and McNamara wicketless. So that's the situation here. Queensland in quite a good situation, in a good position. We're now going to go back to that magnificent innings by Richie Richardson. Remember last he was on 100 not out. I said he went on to make 182. He does at the ground in Georgetown, Guyana, and so we're going to pick up that innings by him.
This morning, before play started, the sign writer was busy working on the honour roll here at the Georgetown Cricket Club in the pavilion, the top section, writing in the name of Richie Richardson for the century that he scored yesterday. Writing in 1991 there. Third time that Richie's name's appeared on that list. All players who have scored a century at this ground in a test match go on the honour roll.
And of course he's starting from fresh. He's got 114 on the board, so he's starting all over again. Not to say that he was looking in any way tired or stale yesterday afternoon. It looked as if he could have gone on blazing for the rest of the afternoon yesterday, for the whole of the night. He's got it through. The outfield is very fast, but that's a long boundary out there down in that corner. And Dean Jones, the fielder. They've gone for 3. And that's through. That's a lovely shot by Richardson, the kind we saw so often yesterday. So his first boundary.
It illustrates very well the problem that the Australian bowlers have got at the moment. Whenever they overpitch or just give the batsman a little bit too much width, these two have been in such good form. They're very quickly onto the loose ball. Timing and placement is excellent. I think that's the biggest difference that the Australians would have found, particularly yesterday, between bowling to the West Indian side and, say, an England team.
Found the gap, and even though it's a long boundary, that's 4 runs. Richardson really in punishing form. Wasn't that bad a ball, but he went through that well-populated offside field.
It just illustrates 2 points there, just how small the margin for error is for the bowler. It wasn't much shorter or much different from the ball before, but then also emphasises just how good Richie Richardson and Desmond Haynes are at putting the bad ball away.
Well, that certainly has stung Jeff Marsh, gone through him in the gully. Already travelled away for 4.
Beautifully timed.
And 2 men on the boundary, one at squarish point, the other at third man. Neither could get that. That is the shot of the class player we know Richardson to be. The traditional treatment for the half volley. There were a lot of half volleys around yesterday, and they were straight half volleys as well. Today, the bowling hasn't been quite so full, but Hughes has transgressed again. 1 for 285. Well, there is a man out at deep point, right on the boundary. Geoffrey Marsh, and he was unable to stop it. Once again, over-pitched from Merv Hughes.
Geoffrey Marsh's football skills not really paying off here.
Well, it's great entertainment, but not particularly great bowling. 1 for 307.
Really, I think that's the shot that the batsmen have got to employ, with Alan Border coming over the wicket. Make that 178, and he now equals Clive Lloyd's score here at this ground in 1972-3 against Australia. 178. Tremendous shot. That now takes him up level with Terry Jarvis, who made 182 at this ground for New Zealand in 71-72.
That's out. Richardson goes, leg before. So Richardson's long and thrilling innings ended by McDermott in the first over after lunch, leg before for 182.
Ball cutting back a little bit there. And finding Richie Richardson plumb in front. Still, he hasn't made a double test 100. But it was a magnificent innings, his 12th century. And young lady was absolutely thrilled by it.
Fantastic. The young lady coming on the ground to take Richie Richardson off there. 182. Tremendous knock. Well, we've seen a good knockout today as well in the Sheffield Shield final. Stuart Law has made 100 for Queensland, and they're on their way to a big score. And as we speak, the cloud's still over this ground. It's still a little bit dull. We'll be back at the Sydney Cricket Ground in just a moment.
So that's a very healthy looking scorecard for Australia. And the two men in now, Mark Waugh, 106. And tremendous innings by him. You might say that the pressure was none, that he had a lot of Hooper and Richards, but 100 is 100, and he played some
Welcome back. Well, we're going to go back to the West Indies, that Australian tour in the season of 1991, and to Antigua this time, where Mark Waugh is batting with Dean Jones, and I can tell you there was some excitement in Antigua.
So that's a very healthy looking scorecard for Australia. And the two men in now, Mark Waugh, 106. And tremendous innings by him. You might say that the pressure was none, that he had a lot of Hooper and Richards, but 100 is 100, and he played some magnificent strokes and a courageous innings as well, because for much of it he has played with a very tender right index finger, struck earlier by Courtney Walsh, but now we have a different phase of the game. The new ball has been taken after 78 overs, 320 for 4. That's a very good shot. He moved outside the leg stump. The ball seemed to track him down, and still he managed to get it to third man. The kind of shot you see so much in the limited overs game.
He's done that a few times today.
Didn't know much about that one. We'll still pick up a second.
Especially gone right to where Gully has been all day, that very square gully. They've had him in that position for most of the day, and that would have been a dolly to the normal gully fieldsman.
Been a lot of pain in this innings, Mark Waugh. He was hit on the hands a couple of times, had to have prolonged treatment at one stage. He stuck at it. It's been not only a very brave innings, but quite a brilliant one as well.
They're out in force this morning, Sunday morning here in St John's. A lot of people, there's a number of vacant spots around the ground, number of seats here still available, but the Australians have made the effort to get here and see the continuation of the innings of Mark Waugh.
It would have been a beauty. As it is, it's 4 runs.
Up into the far left-hand corner, and the goalie could do nothing about it despite the spectacular dive by Richardson. And it really was traveling too. Did well to get as close as he did. Well, that really was a beauty. How did that get through? Curtly Ambrose has bowled so many deliveries like that in this series. Absolute pearlers which haven't actually got the wicket. But to have gone through the defences of a batsman who's been up there for as long as Mark Waugh's done, and he's got 127 against his name, it really was a magnificent ball.
It's a great shot. But, Anthony will just cut it off. It enables Mark Waugh to get back and retain the strike.
He just gets a full bat on here, hits it wide of extra cover, and it's a long chase for Hamish Anthony cover.
No doubt about that. Mark Waugh remains 139 not out. Alderman has failed to trouble either the scorers or the workers on the board, and it is 403 all out.
Mark Waugh is the man leading them off to very generous applause. 139 against his name, his highest test score.
His confidence boosted by 2 recent half-centuries, Mark Taylor consolidated Australia's strong position with a second innings century at St John's. He defied the heat and the noise of Chickie's disco to produce Australia's highest test score at the St John's Recreation Ground.
Mark Taylor pretty strong in that area.
Struck in the air, but very firmly. Gordon Greenidge at gully didn't have much of a chance at that. Neither did Courtney Walsh.
Mark Taylor not really worrying about trying to keep that ball on the ground. That was very wide of off stump. He realised that with that width, he could give it a full flow of the bat, just get it up and under over Gordon Greenidge's head. This time he goes for one on the ground, and it's the same result.
Well, Mark Taylor certainly looked a lot better in this test match. I hit quite well in the first innings, got 59, and looking pretty good again here. Rocketing that through the extra cover region.
He's beaten Walsh down at third man. Gone into the boundary for 4.
He's got that away between the two men. That was a good shot because there's extra bounce and spin there for Carl Hooper. A good save. And what he's got there to add to it. That's the stroke we were talking about last over. He picks up 4 from it, and up comes the 100. It's 2 for 101.
The man on the boundary, forward of point. Desmond Haynes. That brings up the 50 for Mark Taylor. Mark Taylor again playing the sweep shot from around that danger area for him on the off stump. If Richards a bit slower through the air, he's able to make good contact.
That's a lovely shot. There's a man out there, protection on the cover boundary, and a very good bit of fielding and a fine return too, right alongside the stumps. Tremendous cricket from Desmond Haynes.
That's in the air, but it's safe over the top of the keeper's head. Very hard to set a field for those sort of shots, and that's 4 runs. Vivian Richards continues, and this time Mark Taylor connects.
He has been attempting that shot for quite some time.
This time Mark Taylor finds the gap.
Not even Viv Richards can get across to that. They'll take 5 for that.
Race between the two Antigans, Viv and Curtly Ambrose. The older man wins. I think Curtly did sort of stand aside and let the captain win the race. And there's the century for Mark Taylor.
A very good innings for Mark Taylor. He has stood his ground while others have been tumbling around him. Praises be to Allah, they say.
Terrific placement there from Mark Taylor.
Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Sheffield Shield final, played here at the Sydney Cricket Ground, and we certainly are looking forward to a really fierce contest out there today. Just going back to the start of play, New South Wales won the toss. They took a bit of a gamble, put Queensland into bat, and just for those of you who didn't see the scorecard, yesterday Queensland played pretty well actually. A little bit of a sluggish start, although they didn't lose wickets early on. Then all of a sudden New South Wales sneaked in and got rid of Hayden and Wellham in 1 over, and have a look at Stuart Law there, 124, a fantastic innings under pressure, and he's out there at the moment with Love, who's on 12. So 4 down for 226, the score at the moment. 2 for 33, Holdsworth, McGrath 1 for 50, and Whitney 1 for 43. So those are the wicket takers so far, and it all looks very set now for a fantastic day's play. We've got the players just wandering out to the centre at the moment. The umpires are there, and we're ready for the action. Holdsworth has got just 2 balls in this over to go, and then a further 14 overs before the new ball will be available to New South Wales. So it won't be surprising if we see some spinners out there. That's Emery. He made the decision to put the opposition in. Always a controversial decision, especially in a situation like this one. Having said that, there was just a bit of moisture out there, and his bowlers didn't do too badly. Well, Holdsworth in particular bowled fast, and McGrath was very accurate until he got a little tired. So Holdsworth is just the 2 balls to go. I suspect Matthews will be trying to rectify the problems he had yesterday, where the Queensland batsman actually took to him a bit. So there's Matthews, just trotting to his position now. And that's Martin Love at the crease, ready to take up the strike. And there's the weather. sunny at first today with afternoon thunderstorms and a high of 27 degrees. So that's a little bit like it was yesterday. We'll have to see whether those thunderstorms arrive. First ball of the day, and straight away it looks to me if Holsworth's just a little bit pumped up out there. Love just pushing that one back. What a big occasion this is for him. His debut in first-class cricket just happens to be the Sheffield Shield final. The other news, the other good news for New South Wales is that after a pretty hectic day, Michael Whitney has scrubbed up well this morning. No problems with his foot, so that'll be good news from the New South Wales point of view, because they may well need him today. Well, Greg Ritchie has moved into the commentary box. He's ready to follow the action for us.
Thank you, Tony. That's the end of Wayne Holsworth's over. And it would appear as if Tony's predictions were correct. Greg Matthews will continue the attack for New South Wales. As Tony mentioned before, took a bit of a battering yesterday, particularly from Stuart Law and Trevor Barsby in the session just before lunch. Some 60 runs coming in that half an hour, and they really did paste Greg Matthews to all parts of the ground. He was giving the ball a lot of flight yesterday. Be interesting to see how he goes with Stuart Law this morning, whether he'll try and push them through a little bit.
So Matthews with his off spinners. Straight into the action. So this is going to be a tense little session leading up to lunch. Apart from the fact that the new ball will probably be taken. There'd be a couple of tentative batsmen out there wanting to build on what has been a good partnership. Partnership worth 42, but more importantly played in quite trying conditions. Rain on and off. A little bit of flight to that one, so Matthews looked as if he's going to continue just to toss it up a little bit. Well, Greg, I suppose you've been out there in circumstances like this. These two would have, certainly this young man would have probably had a relatively early night. This is a big day for him and for Queensland.
Certainly is a big day for Martin Love. He's got one ball to face from Greg Matthews in this over. He wouldn't have faced too much of Greg Matthews yesterday afternoon. He's looked comfortable so far this morning, as he did yesterday. It's been a very good debut from him in first-class cricket. He's got the opportunity to post a big score here today.
That's one gone. That's went straight to forward short leg. It's the end of the over from Matthews, and Queensland 4 for 227. a good shot. Nicely played through the gap in mid-wicket. Whitney doing the chasing down there. As for things here are tailor-made for problems to arise for Queensland. Over a lot of years now, they've got themselves so close yet so far. And they've got themselves into a good position now, and today they can consolidate that good position. Having said that, they could fall over, and that's what they'd be fearful of. Don't expect too many smiles out there today.
No, Tony, having been a part of some of those dramatic collapses from Queensland over the years, I can say that that may well be in the back of the minds of some of the players, but talking to the Queenslanders last night, I just felt there was an air of confidence not seen before. They were very happy with their position at the end of the day. Martin Love and Stuart Law particularly were happy with the way they went yesterday afternoon, and I just get the feeling that that collapse is not going to happen.
Heard it all before. Back goes Holdsworth. Let's have a look at that little incident which occurred last over. Matthews was the bowler. See if you can pick this up. It played straight to the fields, met him in the tummy there and bounced straight down. That could so easily have bounced back to the keeper, or in fact just stuck in his tummy. You'd have had a better chance of getting hold of that one.
Yes, that may well have been true, Tony. Mind you, I can tell you I wouldn't be fielding at short leg. The gentleman that fields there for New South Wales is Mr. Small. He's a specialist there, no fear whatsoever. Jack Small. Just getting back to those comments before, the one problem that Queensland does face is the fact that there's a new ball due in 12 overs. That's the danger period for them, and that's so important for Law and Love to be there when that new ball's taken. Martin Love has shown here this morning that he's going to give the full face of the bat to Wayne Holdsworth, which is a very good tactic to employ against a fast bowler. And he is really striking me as a young man that looks at home in the first-class arena. I know it's only early days. Just have a look at this shot. Back foot, absolutely classical back foot defensive stroke. In fact, he timed it very well. Big, tall player. Gives the full face of the bat. I've been very impressed with him so far in this match.
Once again, nicely into line there, and that's the end of the over. 4 for 230. So 73 overs have been bowled now. 4 for 230 the score. Two fieldsmen way back at deep square leg. Obviously some thought has gone into the field placement here. Matthews has decided to cover that outfield. There are two of the three fieldsmen, and there's Matthews trying to tempt him into a big hit down the ground. So I don't think he's going to do that. He played very well. Really hit Matthews out of the attack yesterday. Now that he's got the field back, I think that he's probably going to simply hit the ball along the ground. I think that the strategy of a top-off spinner should be, at this stage anyhow, let him have a go. Oh, and no slip. Yes, they've sacrificed the slip in order to get a man across on the onside so that they can put one back deep. and that would have gone straight to him. Having said that, the way New South Wales are catching, the chances are they would have dropped it.
That's a fair comment, but I agree with you. I find this an extraordinary situation this morning in terms of Phil Emery's tactics. We see that ball drifting as well for Matthews, and as Tony mentioned, a top-off spinner. Greg Matthews is a top-off spinner. It surprises me to think he's gone so defensive. Just a little stutter in the run-up as hat falls out of the fieldsman at short square. He's got the field up for Martin Love, and the game's only 3 or 4 overs old. He should be employing the same tactics against Stuart Law.
Yes, that's well bowled. Love going on the drive there. That's what the off-spinner wants him to do. He wants him to try and drive the ball towards extra cover, and then he'll be hoping just to nip it back a little bit and through the gate. Notice how he played that one just a little bit away from his body. A little bit of turn would have him in trouble. That's better.
What it's also doing when he's bowling to Stuart Law with the field out and so defensive, applying no pressure to Stuart Law, and what it's allowed Stuart Law to do is to get his eye in very quickly. From Queensland's point of view, that's terrific. From New South Wales' point of view, I don't think that's very sound thinking.
Just a little short, but a little bit of turn there for Matthews. You could see that he was really trying to spin that one. It's the end of the over. 4 for 233. So Holdsworth continuing. Law has moved on to 131. He has the strike. Just one slip in position. All the others that may have been candidates for slip went tearing away towards positions in the outfield.
It was very interesting this morning before our broadcast commenced. The New South Welshmen were out on the ground, and coach Steve Rickson had them all out in the middle in the slips position that they would be employing this morning, and they went through about 35 to 40 minutes of slips catches. We're watching here with interest from the broadcast position, and I can tell you there was quite a few hit the ground out there in practice.
It's well fielded.
Tony, as an old slips fieldsman, I won't use the word old, as a former slips fieldsman, you would be very much aware that slips catching is all about confidence as much as technique. And it's always good to have a couple under your belt. It tends to be a situation that if you take a couple in the match, you feel like you can catch them anywhere. On the other hand, if you drop a few, you start willing the ball not to come your way.
It's well played, nicely played straight down the ground. He plays the ball straight absolutely magnificently. And that's the 50 partnership between these two. Yes, there's no doubt that confidence in the slip cordon is the name of the game. It's his career so far. 82 minutes and 131 balls for that 50 partnership. What a good bouncer that was. You could hear the grunt from Stuart Law as he had the feeling that was going to thunder into his mouth. And he very quickly got out of the way. Watch this, a good bouncer.
That's what batsmen refer to as smelling the leather. And Stuart Law would have seen the seam coming very close to his head at that stage. In the end, he got out of the road quite well. But Holdsworth, when he lets those go, he doesn't bounce the ball too high. They skid at you, and it's an ugly situation.
Got that one away. and towards the square leg boundary.
It's interesting to see him play the hook shot there. He played it very well, cleared the infield. I was talking to Stuart Law last night, and having played quite a bit of cricket with him, and just have a look at this hook shot. He gets into position very early and hits it over the infield, a good shot. Stuart indicated the pleasing part of his innings from his own point of view was that he didn't play a hook shot or a pull shot. I'd seen him play last year. It's caused him some problems with that shot. We'll just wait for this delivery. But Stuart Law, that's a wide there from Wayne Holdsworth. Stuart Law was reluctant to play any hook shots or pull shots yesterday because it's been a shot that he's got out on. He's now 136, and that's the first one he's played. He was saying he felt that was one of the reasons why he had so much success yesterday, that he concentrated on hitting the ball straight down the ground. For any of the young cricketers watching, that's exactly the tactic you should employ when you're playing cricket at any level.
That's well played too. On his toes, just gliding that one away down towards fine leg. It's also the end of the over, 4 for 240. Four for 240 now. Matthews continuing. He certainly decided to attack the youngster. And no slip there. Once again, the ball flying in that direction. He's got two in front of square and one very short, straight mid-on. So an attacking field, but the one thing that's missing there is a slip, and he is getting the ball to drift away. So it's a little bit of a mystery. The trouble is you can't have everyone in all the positions close to the wicket. Now they spread out. This is like chalk and cheese. 1 minute they're all round the bat, next minute they're all on the boundary. He's obviously not too keen on Barsby. Yes, he's obviously not too keen on Stuart Law. Tossing that one up again, trying to entice him to hit the ball into the deep. Well, why would he? There's three men back there. He brings one of them in, he might just have a go.
This is the old situation, Tony. You've got to be prepared to give a bit, to get a bit. At the moment, he's giving nothing away, and Stuart Law's giving nothing back. Again, runs down through the slips area. Tony Greig mentioned before that the off spinner should be enticing the batsman to hit the ball through extra cover. In case of Martin Love, I feel he'd be far better, Greg Matthews would be far better suited to take the man out of extra cover and put him in slip. It opens the gap up and encourages Love to do just that, try and hit the ball out there.
Yes, that certainly would be the idea. That's the extra cover moving across there. So what he could do is take the man from extra cover, put him in at slip. Just move that mid-on just a fraction wider and force the batsman to play just to the left hand of the mid-off position. It's well played. Well, so far so good for Queensland. 4 for 244. So 4 down for 244. Barsby made 51, and Stuart Law now out there undefeated on 137. Looks as if we're going to see a change to the attack now. Whitney being brought into the attack. He's going to bowl left arm over the wicket. And we've mentioned on a couple of occasions now that one of the problems Queensland had yesterday was the fact that they dropped catches. And Whitney was a victim in that regard. He, in point of fact, had Barsby dropped. This is how it happened. It went straight to slip, and down she went. So second slip, very important here. Then Emery dropped one as well. The same batsman. He went across in front of first slip, and down she went. And then, of course, Bayliss was dropped at second slip. This is how it happened. The fact that it was Barsby again. Away to third slip. That is a tough one. Just getting back to Barsby again. That last catch went flying towards second slip, and down she went as well. So he had a pretty good time of it out there, and that was in the air, and it was Peter Goggin on strike. And look at the absolute anguish on the face of McNamara there. Never there was a case of catches win matches. Yesterday was a case of catches win the day. Had they taken those 5 catches, they'd have been batting by now. So Goggin dropped twice and Barsby dropped 3 times.
Certainly wasn't a happy day in the field for the Blues yesterday, but good fortune smiling upon the Queenslanders, and they deserve it. 60 odd years of not winning the Shield. It's time we did. A little bit of luck going our way. Good to see.
Lovely shot. Through extra cover, down towards the boundary. That brings up the 250. Or 465 balls. So, no problem so far this morning. No dropped catches. And they really have looked pretty steady.
Without sounding repetitive, I just can't help saying how impressed I am with young Martin Love. He plays so straight and times the ball beautifully. Showing a lot of maturity out there, doing a good job for his team, giving terrific support to Stuart Law. 18 years of age, the young man, he's on screen there. 18 years of age. What a debut it is for him, and what a great moment it is for him. And a lot of people in his hometown in Mundubbera in Queensland will be feeling very proud of their latest famous son.
Can you elaborate on the other one?
I'm not too sure who he may have been, but I dare say he would have been a rugby league player. He's doing a good job, Martin Love. Very quietly spoken young man, studying physiotherapy at the Queensland University. So he's quite an intelligent young man as well. Looks like he's going to have a big future in the game as far as Queensland cricket is concerned.
He's the recipient of the Bradman Trust Award. That's 4 for 250.
24 after 47 overs. Mark Taylor made 13, Mark Wall made 108, Jones 64, Moon 2, and Steve Ward 19. Competing Australia won the toss, so entered the bat 5 for 225 after 47 overs.
4 for 250, and Emery now having a chat with Matthews. I have to think it's got something to do with getting a slip in position. However, yes, that's going to happen. McNamara now moving into slip. So they've got that area covered at last.
That's a lot better tactic from Greg Matthews and Phil Emery. They obviously had a chat at the start of the over. Really, New South Wales have got to take some wickets. What they need is a fresh batsman in before this new ball comes on. The only way they're going to take some wickets is to put some fieldsmen in place that can take some catches.
That's the problem here, Greg, is that he's taken him from forward short leg, and my betting now is, I know if I was batting out there, I'd be inclined to want to err on that side. So he's got a little area open. If he's going to err, he's going to err off the inside edge. So really, Matthew should have a man in there as well. You think of Matthews' strength, and, all his experience over the years. That's where he should have a man.
Yes, it's the old Murphy's Law situation. You take one of your close-in catches out, put him on the other side of the wicket, or put him in first slip, and you can bet your life that within a couple of balls, a catch will go up to just where you've taken a man from. It's very frustrating from a captain's point of view. But again, we see him spreading the field for Stuart Law.
It's nicely placed all the way along the ground, down towards backward square leg. Law just wandering down the pitch for a single.
And Tony, that's really money for jam for Stuart Law at this stage. He's 140 not out. He's got no pressure on him whatsoever, and he just simply goes back on the back foot and turns it around the corner and says, "Thank you very much, New South Wales. I'll keep taking them in singles."
Don't knock it. 66 years ago, he started trying to win this thing. Oh, he's beaten the outside edge, and did the ball go down? No, it was caught. I think it was caught just above the ground. Matthews thought it was out. Emery really didn't appeal. Mind you, he was preoccupied with trying to make sure the ball went in his gloves. Let's have a look. That's the end of the over. 4 for 252. For 252. We're going to see Whitney continuing. Left arm over the wicket.
Michael Whitney here continuing with that line across the right-hand batsman. And in doing that, he certainly is angling the ball across, but he just has the one slip in. Ball's 79 overs old. Still get the feeling that we're still in the first half an hour of play. New South Walesmen just showing that they're really on the back foot. They're not game enough to put two slips in at the moment.
Yes, Michael Whitney just adjusting his knee guard there. He's got two problems with that left leg of his. He's got a bad knee, which over the years he's worked on, and recently, of course, he broke his foot. But the word this morning is that he scrubbed up pretty well. That's good news from New South Wales's point of view. more importantly, from Michael Whitney's point of view, he's hoping to get to England. And this would have been a big test for him. And I suspect he went to bed last evening with a slightly sore foot, but when he woke up this morning, I'm sure he would have been just wriggling his toes a little bit, and very pleased, apparently, that nothing serious.
It's a very good record for Whitney, 76 matches and 250 wickets. And I tell you what, if he was in pain, he wouldn't show it. Very tough man, Michael Whitney. He's been a terrific competitor for New South Wales and a terrific performer for them over the years. Has the utmost respect from all batsmen in all states. He's an excellent trier, Michael Whitney. As Tony mentioned, he'll be giving it 110% out here this morning to try and see if he can get himself a seat on that plane to go to England in early May.
It beats the outside edge, just flying through the wicketkeeper. That could have gone anywhere.
See Whitney again angling across Stuart Law. A bit of a loose shot from him, one of the few ones we've seen from his innings. Whitney angling across towards slips cordon. Stuart Law looking for the big cover drive. Just talking to himself there a little bit, probably saying, "Come on now, keep it together. Queensland need a big score."
Yes, that was the first lapse of concentration by these two. Distracted by Whitney. So that's the end of Whitney's over. Good one. 4 for 252. So 4 for 252. That one just patted away on the offside. Into the commentary box now, Kerry O'Keefe, and with him Simon O'Donnell.
Thank you, Tony. And it's Matthews from the favoured Randwick end, attacking this time to Martin Love. All men in the infield. And once again the curve and the outside edge. He'll take 3 as McNamara chases. They've had a slip in, they've had a slip out. Finally, they have it in again, and the edge goes wide.
Morning, everybody, and a little difficult to understand, I thought, this morning, Kerry, early on, and that slip wasn't there at the start of play. 2 balls have gone through there, one from Stuart Law, one from Martin Love, catchable height. Just found that tactic a little hard to understand this morning, especially when you desperately need wickets. Take full use of this very good batting strip.
Yes, well, Matthews is not a noted curve bowler. He normally gets a lot of his wickets by producing excessive spin and bowling the length. And this morning he's experimenting with a bit of out curve. So you would think that he'd have to have the slip in all the time if that's to be his tactic. And once again it's squeezed wide, backward of point, and McNamara again does the fetching.
Very productive down behind point for the Queenslanders this morning. Squeezed a lot of deliveries from Greg Matthews down into that area. Quite a frustrating morning. Queensland run rate scooting along. Been very firm in the way they've played, very positive. Really taking the game up to New South Wales. As far as Queensland is concerned, so far so good. Steve Small taking a little bit of a battering in there. He's been hit 4 or 5 times this match. Regularly gets hit in there. Doesn't show a lot of pain, Steve. Tough customer. Never turns his back on them. Always stands in there and gives his all. Well, Stuart Law stood and waited. That's caught Emery bowled Matthews. According to the umpire, Stuart Law departs after an absolutely magnificent innings of 142. He's not happy. He's really put Queensland into this match. Disappointing dismissal. Kerry, what did you think?
Well, I think he's, by his own reaction there, Simon, he thinks he's missed it. Matthews wanted it. Umpire Darrell Hare thought there was an edge. Stuart Law, by his head shaking, suggests he hasn't made contact. However, the score will stand at 142. What an innings it was. Queensland 5 for 259.
Incoming batsman for Queensland, Peter Anderson.
I don't know how he could have got an outside edge, because he didn't. His back came down at that angle.
New batsman Peter Anderson comes to the wicket after the dismissal of Stuart Law in controversial fashion. This is the way it happened. Stuart Law not happy. Definitely 2 sounds there. That deep, dull sort of sound indicated to me that it may have been the bottom of the bat on the wicket itself, Kerry.
Yes, plenty of juries would have ruled it that way, but umpire Darrell Hare ruled the outside edge. So the method of Greg Matthews to bowl slower and wide of the off stump with 3 men on the leg side boundaries has drawn a rich dividend. Cover went up, as did the wicket keeper. Matthews always goes up. So you would suggest that there's been 2 noises, and that was good enough for umpire Darrell Hare.
Always a fascinating game, cricket. Senior role now being thrust upon Martin Love, playing his first Shield match at 18 years of age. It's in a Shield final. He's 26 not out. He's been joined by Peter Anderson, generally recognised as a player who likes to get on with it, plays shots. Definitely has entertained a crowd a number of times. Peter Anderson with his play. Plays some very entertaining strokes.
No, Stuart Law might have been the star turn yesterday. The real find of this final for mine has been Martin Love, this 18-year-old who's come from the Australian youth team. He looks so mature, knows when to play outside the off stump, uses the crease, goes well back. Has disdained using the square of the wicket strokes that might bring about his downfall on this slowish wicket. Has driven beautifully with a high left elbow. And he, for mine, has been the real star over the last day and a bit. And that's a sign. Whitney's angle has undone so many over the years. And here's Martin Love on debut, showing no inclination at all to chase the ball. Big thing in a young player knowing where his off stump is, and under the pressure of a final you find bats being drawn to the ball out there. Not so with this young man. He knew where it was. He looks in very good control of his game.
It's the end of the over. Queensland 5 for 259. There's the scorecard. Love an impressive 26 so far. Peter Anderson about to face his first delivery. Beautiful sunny day here at the SCG. A few of the spectators just grabbing a little bit of shade. Seeing bigger crowds here. The Sydney Cricket Ground. There's some people in these fantastic facilities. Sydney Cricket Ground really enjoying a tight contest. It is still a very even contest after Stuart Law's dismissal for 1-4-2.
And this was the prospect all along when New South Wales bowled. Matthews against the tail. He's had so much success against tail enders at the SCG over the recent years. Queenslander being one of his success stories, and here he is confronted with their number 7 and 4 fast bowlers to come. So he'll be licking his chops. Not a lot of turn for him on the morning of day 2, but he's such a wily old bird that he'll bring his men in as he gets into his rhythm. He already has Steve Small in at silly mid-off and Bayliss in short on the leg side. But there'll be a third man brought in if Anderson decides to just block as many as he can.
I really hope no one takes a shotgun out there, Kerry, because there could be a few feathers splattered all over the SCG.
It's a part 2 for the Queensland tail, the straight drive. And that's a shout. This is the difference here. He really does just clock in at that Randwick end, Matthews. He felt uncomfortable. It's the short end in terms of the leg side swats. Yesterday, Law and Barsby had success playing that stroke, but he won't mind the Queensland tail attempting that sort of shot.
It's very interesting. Peter Anderson will be in two minds out there at the moment. His general style of play is being very aggressive. I do believe that no matter what the situation, you play to your strength. If that's aggression, I think he's got to make sure he takes that up. It's the end of a good Greg Matthews over. Queensland 5 for 259. Great contest here at the SCG. Michael Whitney to continue from the Paddington end to Martin Love.
Martin Love and Peter Anderson both played together at Bundaberg I'm informed, so the rumming between the wickets shouldn't be a problem.
If there is anybody that didn't get that one, we'll give you another chance to listen to it later. Love squeezing that one down between slip and gully. Trevor Bayliss doing the chasing. They'll come back to complete 3 easy runs. Very hard to go past Martin Love at the moment, Kerry, in a final like this, and they are very pressurised. He just looks so composed out there. Again, getting carried away, just a full face of the bat at the ball, did a little off the wicket, squeezed down for 3 runs.
Yes, that's been the most impressive facet of his game, I think. The fact that he stayed so still, got into all the right positions, and he hasn't been worried at all by the angle of the various bowlers. And no swing available this morning. A very high cloud cover here around the SCG. Bit of movement for Holsworth yesterday, but fairly clear at the moment, and Whitney not being able to move the ball back at all at this stage. Have seen Anderson bowl between the gate a few times with left armers coming back into him. Although Whitney will push it across him, he might, if he summons an in-swinger, it could be interesting. And he's done just that there. Just a little bit of movement back in.
There's the attempted in-swinger. Reaching outside the line of the leg stump. We'll see a complete change of character as the strike changes here. Peter Anderson very fidgety. Jumps around, a lot of feet movement as he plays his shots. Martin Love very composed.
Queensland tactics here will be interesting. They'll be wanting to get on with it, but equally they know that their tail hasn't produced all that many this summer. Kasparov, Rao, Jackson and Rackerman. These are the last 2 who have real claims with the bat. So they're caught between 2 worlds at the moment. Quick runs and yet building a total which they can bowl to.
Slower delivery there from Mike Whitney. 3 runs from the over. 5 for 262.
The limited over international in New Zealand from their 50 overs. Australia set for 247. 7 for 247. Mark Wall making 108. Dean Jones 64. Those 2 put on 143 wickets second partnership. And Steve Ward 19, Damien Martin 17. 7 for 247. New Zealand innings starts after their lunch break.
Greg Matthews is yet clocked in again. The Randwick end. Another over.
And again past the right hand of slip. They'll get 3. McNamara's had a lot of work to do running back from slip this morning. Matthews not normally looking to induce off drives. He wants people pushing out down the line of middle and off. But this morning, most of his attack's been directed there. Runs have come, but of course, so has the wicket of Stuart Law.
Fourth of 5 one-day internationals being played in New Zealand. This one at Hamilton. Australia have just completed their 50 overs with the bat. Finished with 7 for 247. Mark Waugh 108. Dean Jones also good innings of 64 for Australia. So 7 for 247 after losing the third one-day international. Australia bouncing back in the fourth. Good to see Mark Waugh in a good bit of form there. 108 for 131 balls. Peter Anderson starting to give a little bit of movement there before Greg Matthews bowls the ball, trying to get him to readjust his line and length, intimidate the bowler a little. Never does any harm as long as you're in control of exactly what you're doing. Just sense, Kerry, that one of those forward defence, I think Peter's going to follow through on one of them and try and take on that short boundary. It's the type of player that usually does, and seeing they're even getting a little more fidgety, I think he's about due to try and put one over that infield.
That may have missed everything. No, he's got a bat on it. So Anderson off the mark. It's 5 for 266.
Peter Anderson, after his first run of this year's Shield final, takes up strike at the Randwick end, facing Michael Whitney. An interesting situation. We're up to the 85th over this first ball, due to take the second newie, or they're allowed to take the second new ball after this over. Matthews having a little bit of success this morning. Will be interesting to see if New South Wales captain Phil Emery chooses to take that second new ball. An awkward situation for him at the moment. Peter Anderson will know it's on the way. He'll be wondering exactly what they're going to do. Keep persisting with the old ball that's now 85 overs old, or take that brand new Kookaburra.
Yes, concentrating his mind will be the fact that Matthews has had so much success against the tailor in the past here, or whether to take the new ball against Love. Big theory here, when Matthews clocks on at that Randwick end, he's normally there for the duration, so it's going to be a bit of a wrench to get the ball out of his hand with Kasparov, Rao, Jackson and Rackerman just round the corner. But it'll probably be the method of the Queenslanders. Anderson, who's a natural attacker, and Love on debut, which will sway Emery. If they continue to dawdle along, Matthews will stay on and the new ball will be delayed. If they look to attack, he may go for the new nut. Tactics of just 1 and over aren't hurting New South Wales at all, Simon, are they? You know, this is where Queensland don't want to be anded too long here. Caught between trying to get 360, 370, or taken that option as against 320 all out and quickly. You'd probably you'd probably choose the 320. And he's very good if they stray near his pads, Martin Love. A couple of times he's running between the wickets. He's unsure of the arms of these New South Wales players, not having seen them. And although he takes 2, that's beautiful head position. Just played through the line. There was probably 3 there. He's missed a few extra runs in this innings, but that's only natural. Making his debut, hasn't seen too many other players, I'm sure, from a close range. with time, he's going to be a very, very fine cricketer for Queensland.
So I certainly think he will be. It is an interesting situation for Queensland at the moment. They have to win this match to win their first ever Sheffield Shield. Must play in a very positive manner. I don't think they can go out there and play games that they're not used to. Almost must play to those strengths, and in this match they must win it. And again, very composed at the crease on the back foot. It's the end of that over. We'll continue that shortly. Queensland 5 for 269. Back to the SCG. Greg Matthews, Peter Anderson. Bowled very well this morning, Greg Matthews. A little bit of spin, only drift this morning, something he's not overly well known for. But he's lined very well.
The tactic of showing Peter Anderson off drives and then varying a little bit around middle and leg has paid off. He's attempted 2 or 3 sweeps. This one he made contact with only to get the top edge, and it flew to backward square leg where Whitney held the catch.
Disappointing dismissal for Peter Anderson. He's been shaky there with the 3 sweeps he's tried. That one straight down the throat of Mike Whitney. Greg Matthews happy. New South Wales a little relieved. I think you've got to either be Arthur or Martha when you're out there. You either go or you don't. Queensland now 6 for 269.
The incoming batsman for Queensland, Michael Kasprowicz.
And a very, very easy catch to Michael Whitney, and exactly what Queensland didn't need.
Greg Matthews to continue. He started bowling at the Randwick end at the start of play after Holsworth completed last night's over. He's been there ever since with that one success, Stuart Law going after a magnificent 142. And Greg, yesterday this hour before lunch, a crucial time for Queensland. They went from 2 for 25 to 2 for 93 and really did set the pattern for the day, and now again a crucial hour for them leading into the break.
It certainly is, and there's a lot of bubble about the New South Wales team at the moment. Matthews, this is when he likes it, when he feels he's on top and dominating from the point of view of the ball in his hand. Michael Kasprowicz here just pushing forward. Shouts of catch it. Not too sure whether he made contact. The New South Welshmen are going to go up for a lot of things now. They feel as if they're coming back into this match.
Michael Kasprowicz obviously would be wise to give Martin Love as much of the strike as possible, but I guess he can't go too much into his shell.
No, I think at this stage they've got to be very positive now, the Queenslanders. Martin Love doing a great job there, and Kasprowicz needs to support him. He'll do just that. That's the end of the over. 6 for 296.
And at 6 for 269, Glenn McGrath recalled to the bowling attack, and new ball, one would sense not far away. Martin Love to face, and it's been most impressive hours work from Martin Love. 34 not out, the 18-year-old. Just looks extremely composed, Greg. Just nothing seems to have phased him last night. Difficult conditions on and off, and out here this morning, and it's just back to business, isn't it?
Yes, he's done a great job for the Queenslanders here this morning, the young 18-year-old. He must have been a bit disappointed when he saw seasoned campaigner in Peter Anderson throw his wicket away. He hooks this time. He's going to pick up 2. Just grows in confidence with every over he spends at the crease, Martin Love. And unfortunately from his point of view, it's his first game. He holds the key for the Queenslanders, a lot resting on his shoulders now. Michael Kasprowicz will give him some support. Here's the hook shot again, in good position, didn't quite get a hold of it. No problems. He's showing that he's got all the shots. He's going to have to keep showing Queensland that for a lot longer this morning.
Short, but really didn't bother Martin Love down the leg side. Emery having to make quite a bit of ground to take it. Gloves it cleanly, but no problems for Martin Love. Saw it fairly early and down he went.
He's shown that he has no problems with the shorter deliveries. And this man, Glenn McGrath, possesses a very good bouncer, a very quick bouncer. He's quite sharp. Martin Love equal to the task. I guess the Queenslanders got to be looking at some sort of a total now, and they'll be hoping that it's going to be in excess of 300. Discussions with Dirk Wellham after the end of day's play yesterday, he suggested that 320 and above would be a good score for the Queenslanders. They'd be happy with that. 50 more to get. They've got a lot of work in front of them.
Muffled appeal from the New South Welshman. Love trying to go forward and just wraps him on the pads, but no problem. He's been very good in his choice of which ones to leave alone. He really hasn't played it much that he hasn't had to, and I think to that extent it's been an impressive part of his knock.
He selected his balls to hit very well during the course of his innings. He just looks totally unfazed, and he's obviously got to be feeling the pressure a little bit now. This is going to show us just what sort of a player he is.
As for the single, a little bit of indecision there whether or not he wanted to expose Kasprowicz to the strike, but of course Michael Kasprowicz is handy enough with the bat. In fact, the Shield game earlier in the season at the Sydney Cricket Ground, Michael put together 27 not out and 22, so it's an average of 49. If he keeps that average up here, I think Dirk Wellham and the boys will be very happy.
He's certainly not a mug with the bat, Michael Kasprowicz. I wouldn't like to be putting a lot of money on him scoring 100, but he can hang around, and that's what he's got to do.
It's the end of the over. Glenn McGrath's first of the day. 6 for 272.
Welcome back. Greg Matthews to continue the attack. He's bowling to Martin Love. He's on 37.
Doesn't quite get to the That one, Martin Love squeezes it out on the onside. Does as well there. How would you think Emery would be looking at the new ball situation, Greg, at this time?
Well, I think he'll keep Matthews going for a little while yet. There's not a lot of runs coming at this stage. If he doesn't get the breakthrough within, say, 5-10 overs, he might consider taking the new ball. But at this stage, I think he's pretty happy with Matthews' bowling.
The one's got past the mid-wicket. Probably a couple in it. They'll certainly be looking for 2, and they get it quite easily in the end. Holsworth, fieldsman, back to Emery. Takes Martin Love up to 37, 39, and just 6 for 274. So they've added 48 runs, I think that is, this morning. The loss of 2 wickets. Stuart Law went for 142, and Peter Anderson fell for 2. Both victims of this man bowling. Greg Matthews. One man appealing, Greg Matthews, and no interest from anyone apart from himself.
This ball pitching outside off stump. Martin Love offering a shot. Pretty stifled appeal there. And a couple of his supporters beyond the wicket.
And the single as he just punches it away on the onside, and again coming around from mid-wicket. Wayne Holsworth, single to Love, which takes him into the 40s. He is 40. Bit of turn that second last ball. Occasional ones he really gets to move. So I mean, come day 4 or 5, I would imagine they'd be going a fair way.
That's exactly right, Andrew. And one of the positive points from Queensland's point of view is that they should be bowling when it's turning. Paul Jackson in the side really come into his own on the last day here in the Sheffield Shield final.
How is that?
That's the end of the over. It's 6 for 275.
Glenn McGrath to continue from the northern end. He'll be bowling to Martin Love. He's taken his overnight score of 12 on to 40. As we've said, been most impressive. That's a good ball from McGrath. Confident appeal from behind the stumps. McGrath didn't look all that interested, nor did Martin Love. No response from umpire Prue.
Let's have a look at this one here. Maybe just a little high. Terry Prue pretty quick. Let's have a look at it here from side on. Well, benefit of the doubt to the batsman, I guess, from umpire Prue's point of view.
I'm surprised McGrath wasn't a bit more enthusiastic about the appeal, because it was close enough. Joe off the back foot has been outstanding, hasn't he? It's something about Steve Waugh and some of those back foot drives. He'll get, well, there was 3 in it. They really didn't put the foot to the floor there and took the 2.
But that's not bad thinking, actually, from Martin Love, just the 2. At 18 years of age, he's out in the middle in the Sheffield Shield final, and he's realised that it's his responsibility. That's a magnificent shot off the back foot, classic back foot cover drive. He hasn't tried to hit it too hard, pick the gap. Look at the footwork, just copybook stuff. And he's got to take most of the strike from the quick bowlers. He'll be happy to leave Kasperwich facing the spinners.
I mean, he's been tested with everything, Greg, hasn't he, in the sense as an 18-year-old he comes out and now at 6 down, he doesn't just have to worry about his own batting. He has to think about the whole gamut of things happening, and the evidence so far is that he's thinking pretty well.
Yes, one really has to admire his performance in this particular match. And now he's doing the right thing. He really has to take the quick bowlers. I'm sure he'd be saying to Michael Kasperwich, you stay down there and look after Matthews, and I'll look after the quicks. And in saying that, the pressure got to the boy. He went to hit one out through the offside, and he's been caught behind by Emery, and that's a vital blow for the Queenslanders.
It's very much the wicket that New South Wales wanted, and just seemed to be a lack of foot movement there. Didn't hit a 4 in his innings. He'd hit 8 threes. He was, I think, looking for the boundary that time, but perhaps the feet didn't quite get across. There's a bit of a swing, quite a healthy edge straight through to Phil Emery, and that's just what New South Wales need at this stage. Get rid of the remaining, well, the danger man. No doubt he was the danger man, and disappointing time for Martin Love, but really, one looks at it, you'd have to be very pleased with that innings. 42 runs put together in his first-class knock. Queensland 7 for 277.
That's Queensland, Greg Rao.
Greg Rell, the new batsman. Well, that's a woolly start to Greg Rell's innings, and a wry smile from Glenn McGrath. Tried to put that one out of the ground first up.
He's a great character, Greg Rell, and showing here that no need to take any time in having a look at what they're going to deliver. He's obviously come out with the thoughts in mind. Okay, it's you or me. Glenn McGrath, the bowler, and Greg Rowell's going to take up the attack by the looks.
Yeah, no helmet. McGrath, cop this, says Greg Rell. Not scared of you, and there's a textbook defensive shot, and that's the end of Glenn McGrath's over, and a successful one, picking up the innings, the wicket of Martin Love for 42. He's having a word to Terry Prue at the moment. A struggle there with front crease, scuffing up occasional bit of dirt there, but Glenn McGrath picked up Martin Love there and tries that back foot drive it earlier, put it through the covers and got a couple. That one, just not a lot of movement. As we say, got that healthy edge, and there was no drama there for the New South Wales skipper to take that catch.
It's the one very rare occasion when Martin Love's footwork let him down a little bit. Let's not forget he was making his debut in the Sheffield Shield final, and he did an excellent job for Queensland. He stuck around, came in at a very difficult time. He stuck around, and as the game of cricket is, you make one mistake and you can be out. Unfortunately, that's what happened. Greg Matthews to continue from the Randwick end, bowling to Michael Kasparich.
And I guess somewhat unnoticed in Love's innings, and often is the role of selectors, and Max Walters and Rod Rice and Sam Trimble, the Queensland selectors, took a punt with him, and whatever happens in the course of this match, it's been successful, and the selectors will be very happy with the job they did. Big ask, he's responded well.
Yes, it's not all that often you get to give selectors a bit of a rap, Andrew. They can certainly be happy with their choice of Martin Love. They'll certainly be sitting on the edge of their seats now, wondering what this Queensland side's going to do from here. I think that the instruction from Dirk Wellham would be just to play your natural game. What they've got to do is not just get out by trying to poke around. They're not recognised batsmen. And I'd like to see them take Greg Matthews on.
So earlier in the day, Greg Matthews bowling to Stuart Law had 3 people out on the fence on the onside, and there's one out there at a wide long on, just the one, but everywhere else is clear on the fence of Michael Kasparich. Wants to have a bit of a dash. You won't want to be finding that man way out on the fence, just plays forward there, straight to cover. After an indifferent day yesterday, Greg Matthews had only 7 overs and went for 41. He's picked up 2 wickets today and maybe thinking of 5 with 3 to go. Kasprowicz forward. That's the end of the over. Queensland 7 for 277. Then McGrath to continue in the 3 wickets that have fallen this morning. Stuart Law, Matthew Love and Peter Anderson resumed at 4 for 226. So they've added 51 for the loss of 3. Queensland camp would have been hoping for a little better. Now to Greg Rowell. Back foot defensive shot from Rowell. He's not yet off the mark, nor is his batting partner Michael Kasprowicz. And I guess the target at this stage, Greg, if they're going to look that far ahead, that's the magic 300.
That would be a good milestone for the Queenslanders to achieve. I don't think Greg Rowell's going to be getting too many of them in singles. His last match down in Launceston, apparently he scored 40-odd runs and there were a lot of boundaries included.
Feel for LBW as it's flicked away on the leg side. Contemplating to take the 2 runs. Terry Prue gives the answer to the appeal by not signalling leg byes. He got a bit of bat on it, so that's Rowell off the mark. Yeah, he's been handy enough with the bat, Greg. He got 30 against WA and 40 against New South Wales in Brisbane. So if he can match that today, be just what Queensland wanted.
It's very important that the tail wags here a little bit for the Queenslanders. They've lost any advantage that they had yesterday through the fall of the quick wickets here this morning. These 2 guys can handle the bat. Another 30 runs would make it a respectable first innings total and something for the bowlers to work at. And it's just that psychological barrier of 300 to know that having been sent in by the opposition, you've really answered their threat in terms of sending you in on the wicket with a bit of moisture in by saying, OK, we've got them on the board. It's your turn now.
He's got an edge to that, but went all the way along the ground and fielded cleanly in the New South Wales slips, which wasn't happening a lot yesterday. Most of them were going in the air on the bottom of the bat. Through to Greg Matthews fielding at first slip.
Very easy when they come on the bounce. You always manage to catch them cleanly. The real test is when they fly to you on the full.
Test New South Wales failed yesterday. McGrath.
There's only 1 ball remaining in this over. I'm dearly hoping to see one Gregory Rowell facing Greg Matthews. I think this is going to be a very interesting competition. Practicing the forward defensive strokes there, really. I'm not too sure whether he's going to be playing too many of them next over.
Woolly enough, but effective. Over cover from Michael Kasprowicz, and they'll get a couple. He gets off the mark and indicates that they're not going to stick around. They're going to try and get some runs while they're there. 7 for 279. Well, Greg, you're about to get your wish. Greg Rowell facing up to Greg Matthews. All the Gregs at this stage. We've got the trifecta. Greg bowling to Greg, and what do you reckon will happen, Greg? Picked it well.
Well, describe that shot. That would can only be described as the fall down sweep. Let's have a look here. Matthews pitches this one up. Greg Rowell goes to the sweep and falls straight over, but it's very effective. This is what I was hoping was going to happen. That's not the way to do it if you're watching at home.
Get under the fence any way you can. I'd have thought. Matthews again to Rowell, and that's a little bit more out of the textbook, although I don't know that the foot was right beside the ball.
Good tactics by the Queenslanders. I'm pleased to see them showing some signs of being positive now. They've got to put runs on the board. And Greg Rowell's doing just that at the moment, which is good to see.
Moved his feet nicely down the track there and didn't carry on with the full swing. I think just a slight movement forward that came out of the hand from Matthews, but it's more circumspect. Greg Ritchie very keen to see another fall down sweep, Rowell style. Well, he's tried to put that one over cover and lobbed it a bit. It's ended up backward of point, but it's got a couple of runs, which is what Rowell will be looking for. Again, not exactly perfect replays the shot. Greg Matthews perhaps wondering what next.
Yeah, here we go. Rowley again indicating what he wants to do. This time going out over cover. Gets a big thick edge on it and flies over the infield. But good tactics. At least it's keeping Greg Matthews thinking about having to bowl tight.
Oh, geez, hit that in the middle. That is a great shot from Greg Rowell. And it's over the fence. Well, Stuart Law did it yesterday in a similar area. Greg Rowell one step down. Good night, God bless Greg Matthews. We'll see you later. 7 for 2, 92.
And 7 for 292. A very good 6 off the last ball of that last over from Greg Rowell. As I thought was going to happen, he was going to take the long handle to Greg Matthews, and a good tactic. Queensland sneaking up to that 300. Lovely shot there from Michael Kasperwich, just laying back and guiding that one down through the gully. This is, again, swinging back. The game swinging back and forwards. Early wickets for New South Wales. And now the tail starting to wag a bit for Queensland, approaching that 300 mark. We've still got a good contest on our hands. It'll be very interesting to see what shot Greg Rowell is going to employ to this next delivery, because I think all he's thinking about at the moment is which boundary I'm going to try and hit it to.
Ball from Glenn McGrath there, bit of swing there up in the block hole, Yorker length, but Greg Rowell hits it out and then replays the shot. What should he have done? Suggesting perhaps he could have gone forward to it, and it's got there on the full. Took the other option, but it's still there. 13. He took 12 off Greg Matthews last over, including a shot that probably never been seen before in first-class cricket. And then great swat over the mid-wicket boundary for 6. Run-a-minute stuff from Greg Rowell.
And just a copybook forward defensive stroke there. He really is providing some good entertainment out there this morning, Greg Rowell. Have a look at this one. Copybook defence. He's a very handy cricketer, is Greg Rowell. He is a New South Welshman who saw the light and moved up to Queensland. We've claimed him now. He's doing a very good job for his adopted state.
Off the back foot, he finds the gap between the, well, there is no gully between second slip and it's a close-in point. Man on the third man boundary comes in and a single to Greg Rowell. Because at the beginning of the season, Greg, he was being considered, I suppose, as an Ashes contender. He had a few injury problems, and I guess the season hasn't gone fully, but he was spoken of. He's been handy since he came up, made that move from New South Wales a couple of years ago.
Yes, he's been a good performer for Queensland over the last couple of seasons. A very talented cricketer. He works extremely hard at his game. He's a very fit man. I guess he would be amongst the names of those they may consider as outside chances to go on an Ashes tour. Certainly the man at the other end would be on a short list to go to the Ashes tour, and that's Michael Kasprowicz. And that is a glorious stroke over cover from Kasprowicz. That one came right off the meat of the bat, and Glenn McGrath is going to have to rethink his strategy to both of these guys. They've shown that they're going to be willing to play some shots at anything loose and wide. That one a little bit wide, and he smashed that out over cover. 4 more runs.
Yeah, well, I certainly wouldn't think with the season that Greg's had he would be now a contender, and this man certainly is. And if he can get some runs, Michael Kasprowicz, it's not going to hurt his cause. He's not going to get any more because he's found the man at mid-off. Tried pretty much the same shot, but didn't get anywhere near as well timed as the previous one, which went to the boundary, and Kasprowicz is out for 7. McGrath's second wicket of the morning. Queensland now 8 for 298. It's pretty well in the slot, but he's just found that man. No drama at mid-off, and Glenn McGrath takes the catch. It was Michael Slater, the opening batsman. Kasprowicz shaking his head as he makes his way to the pavilion. 8 for 298.
Incoming batsman for Queensland, Paul Jackson.
That's the way it feels like it. Eight for 298. Score with about 28 minutes to lunch. Now, Tony Gregg and Simon O'Donnell will take you through the last half hour up to the break.
Thank you, Andrew. It'll be interesting to watch Matthews here. It looks as if he's been through a pretty torrid time there. Have a look at those mud marks all over him. He's hit that for 6 again. I can't believe this. That's hit the wall under the King G side.
I have to say Greg Rowell's made his intentions quite clear here. Came out and had a couple of siders, but it's departed Greg Matthews twice in as many overs out of the park. It's a short boundary, but he's hit that very well. That's gone right over the first tier of seats here at the SCG. Can't say it wouldn't have made it on the long side, but it's definitely made it on the short.
And that's smashed at extra cover. there's no doubt in my mind what is needed here. A brand new ball and one straight between the eyes.
Of course, you'd want that to miss between the eyes, wouldn't you, Tony?
Very delicate little dab there.
All the excitement of Greg Rowe's batting at the moment. Coming to the wicket was Paul Jackson, former Victorian left-arm spinner. I mean, Jacko, he'll be a bit nervous out there. Interesting to see how he handles this situation. I believe he'll probably just hold up an end, give a bit of support.
It's very frustrating. There's nothing worse than the tail holding up the side. They've had enough problems with Law, who made 142 and a good 42 from Love. And now that they've got the tail in, Rowell is undefeated on 20 and really looking interesting. He's hit that, Miles, as well. Is that going to go over the top? Yes, it just short. Yes, it's over. That's a big hit.
Well, that's definitely a better one. He's taken on one of the longer boundaries here at the SCG, straight between mid-on, straight down the ground. Really got hold of that, Greg Rowe. Watch as he hits it. He was unmoved. He knew he'd hit it well enough to go into the row of seats. No chance for the fieldsman unless he'd bought a ticket from Bass. And he also had to fetch the ball from behind the side screen. Here he is coming back. Welcome back.
Yes, there's no better feeling than smashing it and then just leaning on your bat, because that's a dead giveaway that you know you've middled it. It's a long boundary. What a good hit that was. Well, he certainly got Matthews sorted out. Oh, that's out bowled. He didn't do it delicately at the end of the day.
Very good piece of bowling from Greg Matthews. Could have easily shut up shop there a little bit and started bowling some darts. He threw it up even further. Greg Rowe misjudging it through the air. Lovely bit of loop. And removing the leg stump out of the ground. Greg Matthews relieved. Greg Rowe quite happy. Very good and valuable 26 from 19 deliveries. Queensland now a 9 for 310.
Incoming batsman for Queensland, Carl Rackerman.
Nine for 310, the score here now. Absolutely no reaction there from umpire Prue. Well, let's have another look at Matthews getting rid of Rowell after some very big hits. This is the delivery. Actually a full toss there. He backed away, tried to smash it away and missed it. You can see he decided it one way or the other he was going to go. He was deadly committed there, and back goes the leg stump. So Matthews gets that wicket that cost him a few. Plenty of entertainment out here. The Rowell out for 26. Carl Rackerman's out there now, number 11 for Queensland. A lot's going to depend on his performance. A lot's going to depend on how he bowls later today as well.
He's definitely right. Carl Rackerman is a major part of the Queensland attack. If he can fire on any wicket, Carl can get some pace and bounce.
Yep.
If he can fire, Queensland a total of 300 plus. They're really going to be in with a show. At the moment he's out there with a bat. Carl would admit to most people that he's number 11 in the cricket side because he deserves to be. His major forte is his bowling.
Off the pad and away on the offside. You can often see that. So I think that's probably right. He's definitely a batter. Correction, he's definitely a bowler. Went away down the leg side. Rackerman not exactly in line there, just nudging away a little bit. Gives you some indication of how well McGrath's bowled. He really has stuck to his guns here. Short of a length, he gets a fair bit of bounce. Wants the ball to move around a little bit. He's also swung it in slightly, but quite late. He's a very promising young bowler. Bowled him. Perfect delivery. Just swung in a little bit, and back goes the middle stump.
Beautifully bowled by Glenn McGrath. Deserves the figures of 3 for 64. He's really stuck at his guns. He's clean bowled Carl Rackerman comprehensively there. The in-swinger. Carl missing it by a long way. And the roller will come out onto the ground. Queensland are now all out for 311. And there it is again. Carl Rackerman not being able to get that one. And repeat, Queensland bowled all out this morning for 311. Carl Rackerman and Paul Jackson leave the ground. Although disappointed, I would say they're really looking forward to having a crack out there on the SCG wicket. A little bit slow. The bounce pretty even. A couple kept a little low yesterday, but it is pretty even. And we'll be back here at the SCG in just a moment.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
The Sheffield Shield is on display all through this game. Attention please, Mr. Chris Helby. Chris Helby, would you please go to the match day office? What would you recommend?
Tender piping hot meat, bathed in delicate, spicy, exquisite gravy, when you taste the golden pastry on that.
And then there'll be voiceover.
I'll need a tech up here as well. My Zoom stuffing is not going to do it.
Was there a duration?
Australian League 247 there versus Innings. Nowhere from 14. March way back to 7 not out.
Hello, well, that was an interesting innings there by Queensland. Certainly an interesting little flutter by the tail. And I suspect that Queensland, considering their long tail, will be quite happy with the runs they scored. But let's go back to the beginning of their innings. Remember that they were asked to bat first by New South Wales, who won the toss here, and there was a little bit of moisture in the wicket, and they decided that they would have first use of that new ball because they thought it might just move around a little bit. What they didn't, in fact, cater for was the fact that they were going to drop 5 catches. Well, let's have a look now at those dismissals. Holsworth continuing. Yes, he's out, straight to cover. And so that's a very important wicket for New South Wales, especially after having decided to bowl first. A half volley really, smash straight to cover. So Holsworth has struck and Hayden is the man out. Oh, he's got him, caught bowled, so that's the end of Wellham. Trying to flick that one on the onside. He got a leading edge to that one, went back to Holsworth, who made a beautiful catch, really. It's not easy to dive forward when you're following through. Oh, that's out, caught behind. Cometh the hour, cometh the man.
The next couple of days.
And that's out. Finally, the off-cutter from Glenn McGrath has struck. Goggin moving around his crease. And the...
Well, Stuart Law stood and waited.
And that's out. The tactic of showing Peter Anderson off drives and then varying a little bit around middle and leg has paid off. He's attempted 2 or 3 sweeps. This one he made contact with only to get the top edge.
And I'll look after the quicks. And in saying that, the pressure got to the boy. He went to hit one out through the offside and he's been caught behind by Emery, and that's a vital blow for the Queenslanders.
Yes, then the next to go was Kasprowicz, and he went this way, trying to play that one on the offside, out for 7 off 19 balls. And look at the look on his face there. Then Matthews came in, and Greg Rowell was the batsman there. He was out for 26. And last but not least was Carl Rackerman, bowled for a duck. And so that was the end of the Queensland innings. Just looking at the New South Wales bowling figures there. Holdsworth 2 for 43. Those 2 wickets taken in 1 over. McGrath coming to the party at the end of the day. Very good figures, a great performance by him. 24.5 overs. He bowled more than anyone else. 5 maidens. He was Mr. Consistency out there. 4 for 65. Whitney 1 for 55. The good news from his point of view is that his foot is okay. And Matthews 19 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 89. He'd be happy with those figures because he didn't start very well. They took to him a bit, and then again towards the end, I suppose he was a little unlucky as well. So that's the situation. The players coming back onto the ground now because they're about to start the innings when we'll see New South Wales out there. And I really am looking forward to this because this is going to be very, very exciting indeed. I think that the key here is going to be Rackerman and how he performs. There's still just a little bit of juice out there. Looking forward to see how Kasprowicz goes with the ball. So will the selectors be. And it's also going to be some excitement because it's always a pleasure watching Steve Small bat. He's a very, very attacking opening batsman. So we're not going to die wondering about the way they're going to approach their innings. Steve Small getting himself loosened up there. One of the best players in this country to watch. Very, very entertaining. So he's striding out to the centre there now. And it's going to be interesting to see how they go. So there they walk out to the centre, and at the moment in the commentary box is Simon O'Donnell.
Thank you, Tony. Yes, a very interesting stage of the match. 311 on the board, Queensland. I'll be looking forward to throwing everything. The early New South Wales batsman, Carl Rackerman, will be opening the bowling in the Paddington end. He's really the key, I think, to the Queensland attack. If Carl can really find his line and length, especially his pace. He's bowled with great pace this summer. If he can continue that here in this Shield final, he'll find a little bit in this wicket and could set up a fantastic match for the Queensland cricket team. He'll give it all. We know that. He's a great competitor, Carl Rackerman, a real Queenslander. And we'll throw everything early at Slater and Small. Whether they're up to the task will be very interesting.
So Rackerman on his way now. This is the first ball of the New South Wales innings. And very important from their point of view that they get up there around about the Queensland total of 311. So a good attacking field set. 3 slips and a gully. Forward short leg. There's a man square on the offside, mid off as well. It's moving across into the onside. They've got a mid on. It's in the picture there now. Forward short leg and a deep fine leg. Rackerman charging in. They'll be hoping for a breakthrough here. The word is too, Simon, that he's bowling as well as he's ever bowled, Rackerman. It's quick, certainly.
Yes, he's been very impressive this summer, Tony. He's bowled with a lot of pace, and an outstanding part of his bowling has always been his accuracy, and he never gives the batsman that much to play on the front foot. And if he gets everything right, you always find yourself straddling the crease. If you can do that today, it'll cause a lot of problems for the New South Wales batsman. Does bowl very wide of the crease. He's able to hold his line exceptionally well. If he can get that length right and that little odd leg cutter that he straightens up, he can really be a handful for any early order batsman all around the world.
Michael Slater, who's had such a good season for New South Wales. A few around that reckon he may have a chance in terms of the tour as well. Just looking at the clock, 12:24 at the moment, so not long now before the lunch break, due at 12:30. that's a good delivery. That one bounced, just nipped back a little bit. That's the end of the over. Good over from Rackerman. Good start for the Queenslanders. No wicket yet, and no runs have been scored. Welcome back. So Rowell is going to continue. Had a marvellous time with the bat out there, entertained us. He now has the ball in his hand. Big and strong, on his way in now. A lot closer to the stumps than Rackerman.
So that'll be an interesting bit of variety in the Queensland attack. Greg Rowell bowls very much stump to stump, as Carl Rackerman is using the angle coming into the right-handed batsman and away from the left-handed batsman from wide of the crease. So although they're both right-arm bowlers, very different angles, the ball will be coming at you.
Smashed away on the offside, and that'll probably go into the fence, will it? No, it's well fielded there by Rackerman. Moving around, he's very square at third man, did very well to get down there and stop that one.
Certainly an excellent effort from Carl Rackerman to get across there. Steve Small, as Tony said earlier, he's a pleasure to watch bat because he loves getting on with the game. Dirk Willems tried to create a field placement that will limit his scoring opportunities. That square point could be the one.
He was tempted to have another go at that one, but decided against it. So they might bowl him a few white half volleys, try and tempt him out there. Two slips and a gully in position for him. Very square third man, so quite a stacked offside field. And now looks as if they're bringing another one across. So just two fieldsmen on the onside. They're pushing a man out to point. In fact, he's very close. Wellham has got him in dead square and close. Wellham gets a hand on that one.
Hayden doing the fielding. Does very well in the field. Very quick to go under that ball. There's a possibility of two, but enthusiasm, quickness to get there. Quickly stopped any thought of the second.
Well fielded. Slater on strike. He hasn't scored yet. Small has 3. For those of you who've just joined the telecast, Queensland made 311. A little bit of a flutter from their tail. Played straight to forward short leg. So they wouldn't be unhappy with that total, having been put into bat. This wicket really looking pretty good now. I suspect New South Wales will be very unhappy if they don't get up there.
Three runs from the over. New South Wales none for 3.
Welcome back. No wicket for 3, the score. Rackerman's decided he's going to go around the wicket to the left-hander. This will be interesting. So he's in no rush, Small, getting the board moved across behind Rackerman. They've obviously thought about this. That was very well left. Just backing away there, dropping his gloves. Good steep bounce there from Rackerman. So much depends on them getting a wicket or two early on. Slater has been so successful. Small's dangerous. Gilchrist due to come in at 3, followed by Bevan and Bayliss. Then Matthews. Oh, there's that bounce, that little bit of extra bounce. He was trying to turn that one away. No ball called. Just watch the steepness of the bounce there. He's over the front line, but the bounce up she comes, and despite the adjustment there from Small and the fact that he took his hand off the handle, still managed to clip the finger. So Carl Rackerman, 32 years of age, bowling for a spot on the tour to England here. He's played 76 Shield matches. And have a look at those wickets. His best figures, 7 for 49 against South Australia. It's smashed away, but Wellham's got that area covered. Small loves smashing it away square of the wicket. Wellham, no doubt, watched him play often, and so he's got that area covered. So this will be the last over. Back and into line, just 2 balls to go now. As those of you watching this telecast may be interested to know that we've got a nice little sporting package courtesy of Whitewater Sports. Simon O'Donnell will be with us during the lunch break. And at 1 o'clock we'll be crossing to Eastern Creek. Welcome to the Sydney Cricket Ground. The players at the moment are in the dressing room just completing the tea break, and we're about to start the last session on this, the 4th day of the Sheffield Shield final between Queensland and New South Wales. Now, the situation here is that the Queenslanders are currently out there, but New South Wales in their first innings made 341. They made those runs in 183.5 overs. It was a pretty slow business. And you can see Holdsworth ending up 10 not out. Top scorer Greg Matthews on 78. We might just take you through 1 or 2 of those wickets. first to go today was Emery. He was out caught by Barsby. This is how it happened. The ball played away down towards the third man, and that was the break they needed. It took quite a while for it to come, and you can see on the face of Rackerman there that he was very happy when it did. Matthews was the man they really needed out. He was eventually out caught by Hayden. Again, that ball swinging. Matthews spinning quite a bit. Matthews trying to smash it down the ground. Hit it off the meat of the bat, but a nice catch there by Hayden, moving around to his left at mid-off. So Matthews was out, and then Whitney was comprehensively bowled. This delivery knocking his off stump out of the ground, and he had a little glance at the stumps there. They were lying all over the place. So off he went, and then of course the last batsman to go was McGrath, who was caught by Anderson off the bowling of Kasprowicz, and this is how that one happened. It was an outside edge. He was backing away just a little bit thick edge, and through to the keeper it went. So there it was, 341, and that meant that the Queenslanders had a deficit of 30 runs. Queensland figures: Rackerman 2 for 92, 2 for 65 there for Owl. Kasprowicz 2 for 67, nipping in at the end. Jackson 3 for 91, 69 overs he bowled, and Law just used sparingly there. No wicket for 9. Well, it was then the Queensland turn to go out and have another go. Barsby went out with Hayden. Unfortunately, Hayden was first out and then quickly followed by Wellham, but this is how Hayden was out. Disappointment for him, because this was a big match, no doubt, in his mind. The selectors are all here watching, getting ready to pick that team to go to England, and unfortunately he's failed in both innings. Well, Wellham, who's moved himself up to number 3, also failed in both innings. He was out caught by Emery to that little flirt outside off stump, and he didn't even bother watching the umpire there, so he was out for 1. So Barsby's on 18, Law's on 5. The players are out on the centre now, 2 for 30. So Queensland have wiped out the deficit. The big question is, can they really turn it on now, make some runs quickly, and make a match of this? That's the first one after the tea break, just outside off stump. McGrath's bowling. On strike at the moment is Barsby, and in the commentary box, Ian Chappell with Simon O'Donnell.
Thanks, Tony. Score's absolutely dead level at the moment. 311 to Queensland, 341 to New South Wales. Queensland in their second innings 2 for 30.
Yep.
It's well run.
Could be the method of this last session here for Queensland. That momentum going, I think they've got to rely a lot on quick singles, changing the strike over, not allowing the bowler to get into a rhythm. Looks up a lot of the time he's going to be bowling to a different batsman. Just help to get some momentum going, because it's a crucial 2 hours if they're to have any chance whatsoever of winning this match. If ever there was an important 2 hours to turn on something special, this is it.
These are probably the 2 players to do it for Queensland. Stuart Law in very good form, having made a century in the first innings. Hit the ball extremely well. Trevor Barsby, a man who does like to get on with it. But something special is exactly what they need. It's got to be, well, around about 180 in the session. They've got 35 overs to be bowled in this session. So as Greg Ritchie was mentioning before the break, Queensland really do need to play it like a one-day game. Even if they get out, I don't think that matters. I think whatever the target is they set New South Wales, I think the more gettable it is for New South Wales, the better Queensland's chances of producing a victory.
Stuart Law is in very fine form. Fine knock of 142 in the first innings. Queensland were reeling, losing 2 early wickets. Just looks as if he's stroking the ball and playing with enormous confidence. Very much a confidence player, Stuart Law, and his first innings given him the confidence he needs to hopefully carry on and play another very important innings for New South Wales. Queensland, I should say. Queensland in their second innings are 2 for 32.
Beautifully timed shot. Played some good shots in the first innings off the back foot, Stuart Law, particularly once he got set. And that was a good example of a man in excellent form.
Certainly was. His hands go right through there. Just held up a little bit on him as it came off the wicket, and he just holds his hands in the middle here just for that split second to make sure he got the timing right on that ball. Perfectly placed. A well run 3. Wayne Holdsworth has been very impressive, especially early on. He has that uncanny knack, knocking over a couple of important wickets early. The ball's nice and new. It's a little bit of swing away from the right-hander. Bit of bounce, plenty of pace. Hold his head high. His performance so far during this Shield final. Very good piece of fielding there, probably making up for a couple of drop catches in the first innings. Went some way to eradicating the debt. His first innings batting. Hopeful of getting a bit of confidence back in the hands as this innings goes on. Taking a catch or two.
128 wickets for New South Wales. Wayne Holdsworth. He's had a very good last half of the season this year.
He had a pretty good lead into the Shield final, courtesy of Victoria. 7 for 52 in Victoria's second innings down in Melbourne. Fair confidence boost to know that you're bowling pretty well and in form coming into the most important match of the year.
Oh, great save there in the gully by Bayliss. It's 2 for 35. Queensland leading by 5 with 8 wickets, 8 second innings wickets in hand. 19 to Barsby, 4 to Stuart Law. McGrath to continue from the Paddington end. Beautiful shot. He's looked, well, I didn't see Michael Slater play in New South Wales' first innings, but he's looked far and away the most accomplished batsman in this match, Stuart Law.
It's a real trademark shot of Stuart Law's front foot cover drive. And McGrath just over pitching there, giving a little width. Stuart Law capitalising on it. Couldn't want it much better than that. Foot to the pitch of the ball, full face of the bat, 4 runs.
Shouts of catch it, and that has been done at fine leg. Law hit that pretty well. In fact, probably hit it a bit too well for his own liking, and that is a big blow for Queensland.
Certainly is a big blow. I think Stuart Law's in a bit too good a form. He has hit that absolutely beautifully. I don't think he would have expected it carrying that far, and a good catch by Wayne Holdsworth in the end. Going backwards, misjudged it in the first tense, but was able to get back and take a very fine catch to dismiss Queensland's trump card. Stuart Law 13. Queensland now 3 for 39.
Peter Goggin, the new Queensland batsman at the crease. Queensland now 3 for 39. And Stuart Law, the last man out. A little unfortunate. He hit this pretty well, but I guess if you hit him in the air, you'd take the risk of getting caught.
Yep. Ripper hit. Very confident catch. Wayne Holdsworth. Cross, so Trevor Barsby we're taking strike, and McGrath to continue.
Most unfortunate for Queensland, because it looked like Stuart Law was just starting to run into the sort of form that he was in the first innings. Hit a lovely boundary through the covers, and that short delivery, he actually hit it very well. Just didn't get the placement. Ball was short enough to play the pull shot.
After these early wickets have fallen, 3 for 39 at this stage. Chewed up 20 overs. Find it very difficult for Queensland to set a formidable total for New South Wales and also give themselves a fair chance of being able to bowl them out. Just trying to whip that one a little bit too much. Looking to hit it quite straight back down the wicket. Just closing the face on that one. Time is so important for Queensland here, and Using these early wickets to set them back. In these finals, there's always room for someone to do something special, and Trevor Barsby is definitely capable.
It's 3 for 39. Hayden out for 4, Wellham for 1. And Stuart Law, the man out since the tea break. Caught Holdsworth, bowled McGrath for 13. Peter Goggin about to face his first ball from the speedster, Wayne Holdsworth. Beautifully balanced run. Runs in almost like a sprinter. He's beautifully balanced.
Goggin, overly impressive in the first innings. Quite scratchy, given a couple of chances. Looking to make amends for that here.
Big shout, and he's been given by umpire Hare. And really taken by surprise with that short delivery from Wayne Holdsworth. I'd say it must have just clipped the gloves and went straight through to Phil Emery.
Definitely taken by surprise. That was a good pacey delivery there from Wayne Holdsworth. Bit of bounce. Shows the departure of Peter Goggin, and here it is. Oh, that was a nasty one. You couldn't have got it any straighter or any better than that. Wayne Holdsworth very happy about it. So are all the New South Wales players. They really have the scent of victory there at the moment. Peter Goggin, after 2 deliveries, is out for a duck. Caught Emery, bowled Holdsworth. Queensland now slumped to 4 for 39.
Martin Love making his debut. Played quite impressively in the first innings. And had a good partnership with Stuart Law in the first innings. Made 40 odd. 42 to be exact, and the partnership 75. Welcome to the crease, Martin.
It's not quite as lethal a delivery as this one. It's beautifully bowled by Wayne Holdsworth. Plenty of pace in that. Giving Peter Goggin any time to settle in whatsoever at the crease. He was in no doubt. He was in a fair bit of trouble.
Yes. Nicely timed. Great way to get off the mark.
Very well timed there by Martin Love. Showed great application and kept a cool head in the first innings. Felt it a little bit when he was losing partners towards the end, which is only fair enough for a man of very limited experience at this level. He acquitted himself exceptionally well. Not showing an enormous amount of nerves out there at the moment with that type of shot either.
And he's been given out by umpire Hare. Trevor Barsby has been getting a long way across and trying to clip the ball through the mid-wicket area. As Simon mentioned, he would have been better going straight down the ground. Barsby's looking back. Not sure whether he believes he hit it or not, or whether he was just a little surprised to be given LBW, but he'll probably get a shock to see exactly how far he's going across.
He's certainly a long way across there. Umpire Darrell Hare has a real good look, but not much doubt. I have to say, pitch middle and off, hitting middle. Not the full face of the bat. Sometimes that is what can happen. Trevor Barsby is out for 19 runs. LBW bowled Holdsworth. Seen the funny side of it anyway. Queensland 5 for 42.
Queensland, Peter Anderson.
Peter Anderson to face Wayne Holdsworth. Holdsworth really charging into his work. He's got 4 for 22 and has bowled very quickly. The last of his wickets, Trevor Barsby, LBW, and a good decision by umpire Hare. Barsby was a long way across with that front foot. The ball certainly would have hit the stumps.